Chapter 342. One against 100. Yu Yi's face was gloomy as he said, "What are you doing in my dragon palace?" "Ha, Your Highness, don't be nervous. We are just bored in the clan, so we came to chat with Your Highness," White Shark said with a smile. "Since it's just a chat, why did you bring so many troops?" Yu Yi narrowed his eyes. "Oh, this is our habit. No matter where we go, we have to bring 100 subordinates. Could it be that Your Highness is afraid of 100 small shark soldiers with only 2 dragon strength?" White Shark replied casually. 100 shark soldiers with 2 dragon strength were indeed not worth mentioning for the evil shark clan, but for the sea dragon clan, if the entire dragon palace's Naga sirens were to gather, it would only amount to this number. Yui paused for a moment and said straightforwardly, "What are you doing here?" "All right, since Your Highness has asked, then we'll be frank with you. The 2 of us were ordered to come here to discuss some matters with the Dragon King. I wonder if the Dragon King is in the Dragon Palace at this time?" White Shark asked. "My father is in seclusion. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Yui would not tell him that the Dragon King was not in the Dragon Palace at this time. Seclusion? White Shark narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Well, in that case, I will say it. I, the evil Shark King, said that as long as you hand over the Dragon Pearl and are willing to become a vassal of my evil shark clan, we can spare your lives. How about it? Hand over the Dragon Pearl and become a vassal of the evil shark clan." After Yui heard this, he replied directly, "Dragon Pearl is just a legend of my sea dragon clan. I don't know. That's why I asked the Dragon King to come out." White Shark said. "Sorry, my father is in seclusion. Please go back." Yui refused directly. White Shark and Black Shark looked at each other, and then the former said, "Well, I have passed on the message. Our mission has been completed. Then, it's time for the 2 of us to be free. Since we are already here, we don't want to go back empty-handed. Little princess, do you want to visit my evil shark clan?" Wishful thinking. Yu Man directly snorted. Although her strength was weak, she was not stupid. "It's fine if you don't want to go." Great White shrugged and retreated. Next, the Black Shark took out a large pincer and bit it off, then said, "I heard that the ancestor of your Sea Dragon clan was once a member of the Northern Sea clan. Their battle prowess isn't bad. Are you interested in a match?" "Not interested," Yui answered instinctively. "Don't say that. I have some deep-sea blue-green algae here. As long as you send one person to kill my 100 shark soldiers, all of these deep-sea blue-green algae will be yours. What do you think?" He Sha opened his mouth and laughed. He waved his hand and took out something from an interspatial ring. Commander Wu, who was standing next to Yui, opened his eyes wide. He Sha took out more than 10 boxes of deep-sea blue-green algae, which was more than the amount of deep-sea blue-green algae they had been searching for half a year. Yui was also stunned. "What do you think? These are all shark soldiers with the strength of 2 dragons. As long as your people can kill them all, these deep-sea cyanobacteria will be yours," Black Shark repeated. "Your Highness, there must be something fishy. Why would they be so kind as to take out the deep-sea blue algae?" Commander Wu hurriedly reminded. "I know." Yui nodded. The evil shark clan had always been vicious and merciless. How could they be so kind as to send deep-sea blue algae? 102 dragon strength shark soldiers. Even a 3 dragon strength commander would not be able to kill them all. Therefore, they would need at least a 4 dragon strength expert. As for the Sea Dragon clan's expert with 4 dragon strength, other than Yui, there was only General Lei. However, General Lei was nowhere to be found. Therefore, only Yui was present. "Brother, he must be trying to lure you out," Yu Man reminded. "That's right. Yui nodded. Moreover, he seems to know that Imperial Father is not here. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Highness, why don't you let me out? Yui turned his head in shock. He suddenly remembered that there were 4 dragon strength experts in the Dragon Palace. It wasn't just him and General Lei, but also Yi Xian. But this is a trap. The black-white double demons may attack you. Yui frowned. Now, he also knew that Yi Xian only had 3 dragon strength and not 4 dragon strength. It's okay, I can handle it. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. On the side, Song Suijing and Judge Song stood silently. They believed in Yi Xian's strength. Since Yi Xian dared to stand out, it meant that he was confident. Good, then I will open the gate. If the situation is not good, you can come in immediately. Yui said. This wall was only the first line of defense of the Dragon Palace. The dragon protecting array only covered the wall and not the gate. However, he had the pseudo-dragon pearl and could control the dragon protecting array. Then, Yui shouted to the shark army in front of him, Good, my sea dragon clan is willing to send 1 person to challenge your 100 shark soldiers. Good, your highness is really straightforward. You can rest assured that we won't attack this time. Black Shark grinned. Humph. Yui just snorted and ordered people to open the gate. Yi Xian walked out of the gate. This time, he took a fancy to the 100 shark soldiers with 2 dragon strength. This was equivalent to 200 saint beasts. If he swallowed all of them, he could at least increase his strength to 4 dragon strength. With the addition of the interspatial rings, he might be able to directly increase his strength to 5 dragon strength. At that time, if he uses Beast King Rampage, he could reach 6 dragon strength or even 7 dragon strength. This was an excellent opportunity. Oh. Why haven't we seen this person before? After seeing Yi Xian, black-white double demons looked at each other. There were only a few sea dragon clan that could transform, and they had seen all of them before. However, Yi Xian was very unfamiliar. Could it be that he had just successfully transformed? But what they didn't know was that Yi Xian only had the bloodline of the blade fish. So, the sea tribe felt that he was a little similar to them. Kid, are you also a member of the sea dragon clan? Black Shark frowned and asked. No, I'm a human. Yi Xian walked out and shook his head. Human. Black-white double demons looked at each other. This was the first time they saw a human in the deep sea palace. However, it didn't matter. Human, right? That's fine. As long as you can kill all 100 shark soldiers, then these deep sea blue algae will be yours. Black Shark said. Hee hee, then let's do it. Yi Xian grinned and took out the Bahuang sword. He was ready to break through. The 100 shark soldiers glanced at Yi Xian. After obtaining the consent of the black-white double fiends, they fiercely charged towards Yi Xian. Chapter 343. An easy victory. Brat, die. A blind shark soldier was the first to charge over. With a trident in his hand, he stabbed towards Yi Xian. 8 Barren Wind Formation. The 8 blades began to revolve at high speed. With his current realm, he could already control the 8 blades to attack enemies 1,000 meters away. With a flash of cold light, the shark soldier's head fell to the ground and was absorbed into Yi Xian's devour space. A 2 dragon strength sacred beast's corpse was equivalent to several 1 dragon strength sacred beast's corpse. It was the same for the sacred beast's soul. And there were actually 102 dragon strength shark soldiers here. This caused Yi Xian's eyes to be filled with killing intent. Kill. 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 Yi Xian's eyes were red with killing intent. In just a second, the 8 Barren Wind Formation had reaped the lives of 5 shark soldiers. At this rate, this group of shark soldiers would be completely annihilated in less than half a minute. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Time passed little by little, but the number of shark soldiers was rapidly decreasing. Both sides were stunned. This kind of killing speed was something that no one present could achieve. Big brother, what should we do? Black Shark looked at White Shark. It doesn't matter. Even if we all die, it won't hurt. After all, we are only here to verify the news. White Shark grinned. It seems like the Dragon King is really not in the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he would definitely come out and kill the two of us. Black Shark nodded. White Shark continued to smile, although I don't know who it is, it must be the Sea Dragon clan. It seems like someone wants to cooperate with us to wipe out the Sea Dragon clan in one fell swoop. The Sea Dragon clan is not important. Our goal is only the Dragon Pearl. Big brother, how much do you think we can improve if we get the Dragon Pearl? Black Shark asked curiously. Shut up, don't think too much. The Dragon Pearl belongs to my king. Even if we get the Dragon Pearl, do you think we can escape from this deep sea underground palace? White Shark shouted. Black Shark obediently shut his mouth. Their evil shark clan doesn't have the ability to live on the shore. Moreover, if they want to get their hands on the Dragon Pearl, they will definitely be swallowed by the evil Shark King. While they were talking, most of the shark soldiers were dead. A few seconds later, all 100 shark soldiers were killed by Yi Xian and collected their corpses. Ding! Host has broken through to 4 dragon strength. After Yi Xian devoured over 30 shark soldier corpses and sacred beast souls, he heard the sound of a system notification. If he were to use Beast King Rampage now, he would be able to reach the power of 5 dragons. The vicious shark clan is really not bad. To think that they would send me some benefits. If only there were more. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and continued to devour. 4.1 dragon, 4.2 dragon, 4.3 dragon, 4.4 dragon. As the number of corpses in the devouring space decreased, Yi Xian's strength also increased. Unfortunately, these shark soldiers were very poor, much poorer than the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Therefore, they couldn't help him break through to the power of 5 dragons. If he were to use Beast King Rampage now, he might be able to reach the power of 6 dragons. Ha ha ha, kid, your strength is not bad. Could it be that you are the human from the continent at the entrance of the deep sea underground palace? Black Shark laughed. Is it important where I am from? Yi Xian grinned and said, where are the things? Black Shark didn't waste time and directly collected the deep sea blue algae. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian, who was 1,000 meters away. Refreshing. Yi Xian smiled and then kept the interspatial ring with the deep sea blue algae. He said, you too, don't you want to play? Oh, you want to challenge us? Black Shark was a little surprised, but he shook his head and said, but we will forget about it today. We will come again when the Dragon King returns. Goodbye. In his eyes, Yi Xian only had the power of 3 dragons. He could crush him with one hand. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian had already broken through and also had the power of 4 dragons. Do you think you can escape? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide and rushed out. If he killed the black-white double demons, he might be able to break through to the power of 5 dragons. Therefore, the black-white double demons had to stay. Good boy, you dare to have ideas about us. Let me, Black Shark, fight you. Black Shark took out his trident and rushed forward. For some reason, White Shark had a bad feeling when he saw Yi Xian rushing over. He subconsciously took out his trident. Big brother, don't do anything. I will kill him. Black Shark reminded. White Shark was stunned, but he still stopped. With a distance of 1,000 meters between them, they would meet each other in less than a second. Yi Xian circulated a large amount of true qi to form the 8 Desolation Greatsword. 3 mini dragons soared into the sky and slashed at Black Shark. A martial artist in the physical strength realm would have as many flying dragons around him as he used his strength. If the martial artist exceeded the power of 10 dragons, the flying dragons would be one size bigger. Therefore, it was obvious at a glance. When Black Shark saw the 3 flying dragons, he didn't think much and directly stabbed his trident. Clang! Black Shark used the power of 4 dragons to poke 3 small holes in the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Greatsword. Shortly after, the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Greatsword quietly shattered. Boom! A sound wave swept out. However, Black Shark was an expert with the power of 4 dragons. The 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Greatsword didn't have much effect on him. Child's play. See if I don't stab you to death and then cut you into pieces. I haven't eaten human flesh yet. He Sha rushed to Yi Xian's side amidst a loud shout. Die! Black Shark widened his eyes. He was more than twice as tall as Yi Xian. The trident in his hand was also bigger than Yi Xian's. However, just as the trident was about to pierce Yi Xian's head, another flying dragon suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. The 4th flying dragon. The power of 4 dragons. What? Black Shark and White Shark were shocked. Yi Xian actually had the power of 4 dragons. How was this possible? So what if you have the power of 4 dragons? In front of me, Black Shark, you will still die. Black Shark stabbed the trident with all his strength. This attack could definitely kill Yi Xian instantly. Hee hee. However, Yi Xian only smiled indifferently and nimbly dodged the attack. At the same time, the 8 Desolation Greatsword in his hand shattered. 8 Desolation Wind Formation, 2nd level. Pooh! 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 A total of 8 muffled sounds rang out. 8 sharp blades all pierced Black Shark's body. Although he had a tough armor, his head and other places were still exposed. At such a close distance, Black Shark was directly hit by Yi Xian. 2 of the sharp blades had already pierced his head and penetrated it. Die! Chapter 344. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The transaction. Without waiting for He Sha's corpse to fall to the ground, Yi Xian reached out and caught the corpse. Only when He Sha was completely dead did he put him into the devouring space. Devour. Yi Xian devoured the corpse with the strength of 4 dragons. At the same time, he emptied the contents of He Sha's interspatial ring into the devouring space. As expected of the general of the vicious shark clan. His wealth is enormous. There are hundreds of corpses. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. The interspatial ring contained treasures from the deep sea, as well as a large amount of ores. These were all very useful to him. Not only that, but the ores were also materials for crafting heaven artifacts. This was an unexpected gain. However, these items were not enough for him to break through to the strength of 5 dragons. Therefore, he focused his attention on He Sha. Damn it, you killed He Sha. I want your life. He Sha took out his trident and rushed towards Yi Xian. But halfway through, he was stopped by 8 sharp blades. The vicious shark clan had always relied on strength to win. It would have been fine if they were in the water, but the deep sea palace was not really seawater. Therefore, his speed was too slow in Yi Xian's eyes. This He Sha only lasted for 5 seconds before his head was pierced by the 8 sharp blades. Too weak. Is this the strength of the vicious shark clan? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and walked over to put away He Sha's corpse. Ding! The host has broken through to the strength of 5 dragons. The system notification sounded again. Yi Xian estimated that the Vigor realm was probably the realm that he had broken through the most times. At this time, the team from the Vicious Shark clan had all died at the hands of Yi Xian. There was a total of 102 vicious sharks, and not a single one was left alive. Yui involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he saw the mess in front of the city wall. His strength was above the two vicious shark generals. However, it would still take him some effort to finish them off. However, Yi Xian killed the two vicious shark generals with ease. If Yi Xian had attacked just now, he would have died at the hands of Yi Xian. Thinking of this, he quickly walked down the city walls to welcome Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, thank you so much." Yui imitated a human's gesture and thanked him. I still have to thank the princess for the devouring beast." Yi Xian took out the interspatial ring that contained the deep-sea blue algae and passed it to him. "Thank you so much. With these deep-sea blue algae, Senior Heavenly Whale's poison should be suppressed for quite some time." Yui took the interspatial ring and thanked him again. "I'm not too sure about that. Senior Tianjing is currently recuperating somewhere else. I reckon that father should be back soon," Yui said. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He had the thousand-flower bloodline in his body. Unfortunately, the thousand-flower bloodline could not detoxify this poison. Unfortunately, he had to make his own high-grade weapons, martial arts and elixirs. Therefore, the devouring crystal in the devouring system was not very useful. Perhaps he would need the devouring crystal in other places in the future. At this moment, suddenly, a figure flew out from the dragon palace. It's father. Yuyi's eyes lit up when he saw the figure. The figure was a middle-aged man. He quickly flew towards the city gates. "Why are you here? What happened?" Dragon King Yuzhen could not help but ask when he saw the mess outside the city walls. "Father, it's like this," Yui hurriedly told him about the vicious shark attack. One person killed two of the vicious shark clan's generals. Yuzhen was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Thank you for your help, little brother." "Senior, you are too polite," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Father, why do you look so pale? Is it because of Senior Tianjing?" Yui hurriedly asked again. Yuzhen nodded. "Yes, Senior Tianjing's poison is getting worse. I'm afraid it won't last long. Yui, send people out to look for the deep-sea blue-green algae. If it doesn't work, organize a team to enter the middle section of the underground palace." After his reminder, Yui suddenly remembered that he had just obtained a large amount of deep-sea blue-green algae. "Father, look." Yui handed over the interspatial ring. Yuzhen checked it and his face changed greatly. "Why do you have so many deep-sea blue-green algae?" "They were brought by the black-white double ghosts," Yui explained. He had just made a long story short and forgot about the deep-sea blue-green algae. "Well, with these, we should be able to temporarily suppress the poison of Senior Tianjing. However, I'm afraid it won't last long." Yuzhen frowned. At this time, Yi Xian interrupted, "Senior, is there no way to detoxify it?" "There is. The poison was left by the one-eyed giant python. If we can get the gallbladder of the one-eyed giant python, maybe." Yuzhen did not continue. He thought it was impossible. However, Yi Xian's eyes flashed when he heard this. He remembered that Yui said that the one-eyed giant python of the vicious shark clan had the strength of 7 dragons. He, on the other hand, had the strength of 5 dragons. If he used Beast King Rampage, he would have the strength of 7 dragons. Therefore, he might have the ability to kill the one-eyed giant python. "Senior, why don't we make a deal?" Yi Xian said with a faint smile. "A deal?" Yuzhen and the others were stunned. "I might be able to kill the one-eyed giant python and get the gallbladder for you," Yi Xian said slowly. Yuzhen exclaimed, "You? How is that possible? Although Yi Xian had killed the black-white double fiends, 2 4-dragon strength vicious shark generals, this one-eyed giant python was a 7-dragon strength saint beast. Its physique was strong, and it had the strength to kill 6 dragons in an instant. Besides, there were many experts in the vicious shark clan. If Yi Xian went in, he would be killed by the vicious shark clan's experts. If he couldn't even see the one-eyed giant python, how could he get its gallbladder? Yi Xian, you're not joking, right? Yui asked in astonishment. Of course not, but before that, you have to promise me a condition. Yi Xian said with a smile. Condition? Yuzhen narrowed his eyes. Could it be that you want the Dragon Pearl too? The Dragon Pearl was a legendary treasure of the Sea Dragon clan. It was formed after the death of the Sea Dragon clan's ancestor. The reason why the Vicious Shark clan was so interested in the Sea Dragon clan was because of the Dragon Pearl. At the mention of the Dragon Pearl, the atmosphere became strange. However, Yi Xian shook his head calmly. No, I don't want the Dragon Pearl. I only want a large amount of Saint Beast corpses and Saint Beast souls. A large amount, and the higher the grade, the better. What, you only want these? Chapter 345. Vicious Shark City, that's right, I only want these. The more corpses the better. Yi Xian nodded. Yuzhen paused for a moment. He saw that Yi Xian didn't seem to be lying. He heaved a sigh of relief. It's fine as long as it's not a Dragon Ball. My Sea Dragon clan relies on these Saint Beast corpses to survive. Although I don't know what use you have, these corpses are just food for us. As for the Saint Beast souls, we refine them very slowly, but we still have a lot of them. As Yuzhen spoke, he shifted his gaze to Yui. Father, I'll get it right away. Yui immediately nodded and left. After he left, Yuzhen turned to Yi Xian and said, Little brother, if you can kill the one-eyed giant python and bring back its gallbladder, then you will be the benefactor of my Sea Dragon clan. Senior is exaggerating. However, this junior success rate has a lot to do with the Saint Beast corpses. Yi Xian reminded. Don't worry, the quantity won't be small. Yuzhen said solemnly. His intuition told him that if he believes in Yi Xian, he would be able to get what he wants. Soon, Yui returned and handed over an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and checked it. Sure enough, the quantity is huge. Thousands of dragon strength corpses, and some Saint Beast souls. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Yi, is this enough? Yui asked. It's enough. Yi Xian replied. These things are enough for him to increase his strength by 1 dragon strength. Now, he's 99% sure that he can kill the one-eyed giant python. Senior, I will definitely complete the task. Yi Xian said solemnly. Good, then I'll leave you to it. As Yuzhen spoke, he took out a scroll made from the skin of a certain deep-sea creature and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the map of the middle section of the deep-sea underground palace. The location of the Vicious Shark clan has been marked out. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at Song Suijing and said, Suijing, you stay here with Big Brother. I'll be back soon. Be careful. Song Suijing said with a strange expression. She originally thought that she had caught up to Yi Xian, but unexpectedly, the distance between them widened again. She and Judge Song had yet to break through to the strength realm, but Yi Xian already had the confidence to kill a Cyclops python with the strength of 7 dragons. I will. After replying, Yi Xian entered the tunnel that the twin ghosts of Black and White had come from. Yui, you stay here. I'll give these deep-sea blue algae to Senior Sky Whale. After finishing his words, Yuzhen entered the Dragon Palace. The Heavenly Whale Flood Dragon did not live in the Dragon Palace, but on the other side, so he had to leave from the other side of the wall. Ding! The host has broken through to the strength of 6 dragons. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with confidence. Now, he was at the same level as the vicious Shark King, only 1 dragon strength away from the Cyclops Python. Vicious Shark Clan, become my stepping stone. Yi Xian roared in his heart and directly entered the middle section of the deep-sea palace. Here, the vicious Shark Clan's shark soldiers, shark generals, as well as saint beasts with the strength of 2 dragons and 3 dragons will appear. Yi Xian was already prepared to kill in all directions. As soon as he stepped into the middle section of the deep-sea palace, he encountered a saint beast with the strength of 2 dragons. This saint beast was instantly killed by him and then swallowed. The vicious Shark Clan has blocked the only way to the back section. If I want to go to the Blood Cliff continent, I must eliminate the vicious Shark Clan. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then moved towards the vicious Shark Clan at full speed. With the map in hand, he estimated that he would be able to find the vicious Shark Clan's palace in less than half an hour. On the way to the vicious Shark Clan, he also encountered some shark soldiers. The vicious Shark Clan was stronger than the Sea Dragon Clan, and all of them were shark clans. As for the Sea Dragon Clan, there were prawns, crabs, Naga sirens and 6-armed sirens, and Yue and the others were flood dragons. The difference between the two was obvious at a glance. Yi Xian rushed for more than 20 minutes according to the map, and after killing dozens of wandering shark soldiers, he finally saw a big black wall. It seemed that this was the territory of the vicious Shark Clan. He looked at the big black wall and murmured, "There is no array like the Dragon Protection Array, then it's easiest to directly attack." However, at this time, in the depths of the vicious Shark Clan's Black Palace, there was a 5-meter-tall shark talking to a 100-meter-long Cyclops python. "Senior Cyclops, there is a traitor in the Sea Dragon Clan. After a while, we will be able to get the Dragon Pearl," the vicious Shark King said respectfully. Hiss. The Cyclops python was lying on the floor and spitting out its tongue that was even bigger than the vicious Shark King's. "Yes, as long as we get the Dragon Pearl, I will immediately send it to you." The vicious Shark King seemed to understand the Cyclops python's words. Hiss. The vicious Shark King paused and said in surprise, "What, Senior Cyclops, you are saying that you are about to succeed in your transformation?" If that's the case, you will definitely be able to break through to the strength of 10 dragons if you refine the Dragon Pearl." He was also suspicious. The Cyclops python had been lying here for a long time. Even if the holy beast's corpse was sent, it would need to be put into the Cyclops python's mouth. At this time, a vicious shark rushed over and reported, "My king, not good, someone has attacked Vicious Shark City." "Oh. Who is it? Could it be the Sea Dragon Clan's Dragon King?" the vicious Shark King asked in surprise. "No, it's not him, it's a stranger, he seems to be a human." The vicious Shark King shook his head. "A human? Then what are you in a daze for? Go and catch him, I haven't eaten a human yet." The vicious Shark King opened his sharp mouth and revealed a strange expression. But, we can't stop him, all the experts were killed by him in one blow, even General Sha Jiu who has the strength of 5 dragons." The vicious Shark King didn't continue because the General Sha Jiu he was talking about was the vicious Shark King's #1 general. "What?" The vicious Shark King opened his eyes wide in disbelief. His #1 general, Sha Jiu, actually died. Immediately, he dashed out of the area. The human who killed his way into Vicious Shark City was naturally Yi Xian. At this time, he was killing the vicious sharks without any scruples. None of the people who were targeted by him could survive, even if they had the strength of 5 dragons. TSK, that General Sha Jiu is quite rich. If I can kill the vicious Shark King, I will definitely be able to break through and reach the strength of 7 dragons. Yi Xian thought in his heart and began to look for the vicious sharks. There were many shark soldiers in Vicious Shark City, but apart from their corpses and holy beast souls, there weren't many things in their space rings. Chapter 346. One-eyed giant python. Of course, if those shark soldiers didn't have eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't mind killing them. After all, many a little makes a mickle. It had to be said that there were many experts in this shark city. Since he entered, he had already killed more than 100 experts with the strength of 3 dragons, more than a dozen with the strength of 4 dragons, and even one with the strength of 5 dragons. "Shark King, come out for me!" Yi Xian suddenly shouted. He had just shouted casually, but he didn't expect that someone would really respond. "Bastard, hand over your life." When the voice arrived, the person also arrived. Yi Xian's expression froze as he discovered a huge shadow blocking his path. "Shark King. What fast speed!" Yi Xian was shocked. He had 6 dragon strength and a 20% movement speed bonus, but he felt that he couldn't compare to this Shark King. There was something fishy about this. "Boy, who are you?" After the Shark King rushed over, it didn't attack, but looked at Yi Xian with a condescending expression. "You are the Shark King." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The evil Shark King held a huge trident in his hand as he stood in front of Yi Xian like a sculpture. His eyes, which were even larger than a human head, stared at Yi Xian as he replied in a deep voice, "That's right. I want to go to the Blood Rock continent. Why are you blocking my way?" Yi Xian asked in return. Blood Rock continent. The Shark King was shocked for a moment before it knocked the trident in its hand on the ground and coldly shouted, "Is this the reason you invaded my shark city?" "Not all of them. I heard that there's also a holy beast Cyclops python with the strength of 7 dragons here. I'm here to take its holy beast soul." Yi Xian looked at the evil Shark King that was 10 meters away. "Senior One-Eyed is the guardian beast of the vicious Shark King. With just you, I'm afraid you won't even be able to break through its scales, yet you dare to threaten to kill Senior One-Eyed?" The vicious Shark King's eyes flashed. "Whether I can kill it or not is my business. You just need to tell me where it is." Yi Xian sneered. If the vicious Shark King had told him where the Cyclops python was, it would have saved him a lot of time. Hearing this, the vicious Shark King held the trident with both hands and attacked directly. "After I kill you, I will send your corpse to Senior One-Eyed." A great battle was about to break out. Both the man and the shark had the strength of 6 dragons. The battle between the two was definitely not something the surrounding shark soldiers and shark generals could interfere with. Bang! 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 2 figures were moving quickly in Shark City. As soon as they started fighting, Yi Xian felt a sense of pressure. That was because this vicious Shark King was even faster than him. "Human, your methods are brilliant, but I'm practicing the Sea Tribe's Heaven-class movement technique. Can you keep up with me?" The Shark King's laughter fell into Yi Xian's ears. Heaven-class movement technique. After hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. Now, it was impossible to exchange for Heaven-class martial arts in the Devouring system. He didn't expect to find one here. Although the vicious Shark King emphasized the Sea Tribe's Heaven-class martial arts, Yi Xian had the Devouring system. Maybe he could learn it too. The two sides fought for 10 rounds. Although Yi Xian's speed couldn't catch up to the vicious Shark King, the vicious Shark King couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, who used the 8 desolate wind-killing formation. The two sides were in a deadlock. Who is this human? Isn't the sky-water continent connected to the entrance of the deep-sea underground palace? How can there be such a powerful human? General Shark Dove couldn't even block one move and his head was directly pierced. This human is so strong, even the king can't do anything to him. Do we need to ask Senior One-Eyed? Isn't Senior One-Eyed in seclusion? The surrounding shark soldiers and shark generals were discussing in low voices. At this time, the scene suddenly changed. When the shark soldiers and shark generals saw the head on the floor, they were stunned. Isn't this the head of the vicious Shark King? At this time, Yi Xian walked to the corpse with the 8 desolate greatsword in his hand and put it away. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you have a heaven-class movement technique? Yi Xian said in his heart. Although he only had the strength of 6 dragons, after using Beast King's rampage, it instantly soared to 8 dragons. 8 dragon strength, instantly killing 6 dragon strength, this was inevitable. Let me see how much wealth this vicious Shark King has. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the interspatial ring. The next moment, he was shocked to find that the things in the interspatial ring were at least 10 times more than what General Shark Dove had. Ding, the host has broken through to 7 dragons. Ding, the host has broken through to 8 dragons. 2 system notifications sounded in his mind. Yi Xian grinned. Now, even without using Beast King's rampage, he had already reached 8 dragons. At this time, he still had the effect of Beast King's rampage. In other words, his current strength had reached 10 dragons. Sea Race's Roaming Dragon Dash, a heaven-class movement technique. Let me try it out. Ding, the host does not have a top-notch deep sea bloodline. Unable to learn. Yi Xian was helpless. Sure enough, there was a limit. The Beast King bloodline in his body was a physique bloodline. Therefore, he was temporarily unable to fuse with top-notch physique bloodlines, such as the Deep Sea Flood Dragon bloodline. Moreover, the Heaven-class bloodline had a limit. It could only be used in water. Although Song Suijing and Song Caijue could breathe in the Deep Sea Palace, it was still considered the bottom of the sea. Forget it, I'll give it to the Sea Dragon clan later. Yi Xian put away the roaming dragon dash and turned his head to look. He found that the shark soldiers and shark generals were frantically fleeing. Xiao! He quickly rushed out and caught a shark general with 4 dragon strength. He coldly asked, "Where's the one-eyed python?" When the shark general saw the huge wyvern that flew out from Yi Xian's body, his heart turned cold. A huge wyvern represented 10 dragon strength. How could a human with 10 dragon strength appear in the deep sea palace? He was scared half to death. He pointed in a direction and said, "Senior One-Eyed is in that direction." He thought that if he revealed the whereabouts of the one-eyed python, Yi Xian would spare his life. However, he was disappointed. Swish! A cold light flashed and his head fell to the ground. Yi Xian put away the corpse and quickly rushed in that direction. Now that he had used Beast King's rampage, he needed a large amount of Saint Beast corpses every time he used it. Therefore, he had to use it sparingly. While the effect was still active, he killed the one-eyed python. Although the one-eyed python only had 7 dragon strength, it was still not enough. Yi Xian advanced in the direction that the shark general pointed. After a while, he found a huge one-eyed python. Chapter 347. One-eyed serpent, who cares what happened to you? Die! Yi Xian immediately unleashed the 8 barren wind-killing formation and stabbed forward. Pooh! But unexpectedly, the 8 sharp blades easily pierced into the Cyclops giant python's mouth. Its defense was not as strong as Yi Xian had imagined. Yi Xian sensed that something was amiss and withdrew his 8 blades. There was something else in the Cyclops python's body. Suddenly, the Beast King bloodline in his body began to boil. He felt that there was something terrifying in the body of this Cyclops python. Of course, this terrifying thing was not enough to make him feel fear. No matter what you are, die. Yi Xian sensed that the duration of Beast King's rampage was about to end, so he immediately took out his 8 Desolation Greatsword. Beast King rampage could increase one's strength by 30%, but it would not increase the strength of one's Shinchi. As for the offensive strength of the 8 Desolate Wind formation, it was affected by the true Qi. Therefore, Yi Xian's strongest attack was still strength. He quickly approached the Cyclops python and slashed down with his sword. Clang! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the back of the one-eyed giant python, and a claw reached out and grabbed the Great Desolation sword. Claws! Yi Xian was shocked. How could a Cyclops python have claws? Could it be, just as he was surprised, a unique creature crawled out of the one-eyed giant python's body? Flood dragon. It was actually a flood dragon. Furthermore, it was a one-eyed flood dragon. So that's how it is. Did the Cyclops python transform into a dragon? What I pierced just now was only its skin. Yi Xian instantly understood. He thought that the Cyclops giant python might have mutated because it had swallowed the heavenly whale dragon's tail. In that case, everything made sense. However, the strength of this one-eyed serpent dragon had most likely broken through to the strength of 10 dragons. Transforming once, from 7 dragons to 10 dragons of strength, this was a very rare thing. So what if you have the strength of 10 dragons? I will kill you all the same. Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation Heavenquake sword, but the impact couldn't do anything to the one-eyed serpent dragon. Now that I have the strength of 10 dragons, I can't rely on true qi, and the same goes for the 8 Desolation Heaven Shaking sword. Therefore, we can only use the Bahuang sword to fight. The toughness of the Bahuang sword had already exceeded Yi Xian's understanding. If he wanted to break through the one-eyed flood dragon's defense, he could only rely on the Bahuang sword. In an instant, Yi Xian shot forward. At the same time, the one-eyed flood dragon drilled out of the one-eyed python's skin. Both sides had the power of 10 dragons. They were the strongest creatures in the deep-sea palace. Fortunately, Yi Xian was faster than the one-eyed flood dragon. The Cyclops python relies on devouring. After it transforms into a flood dragon, it gains 4 more claws. Since that's the case, I'll cripple your 4 claws first. Yi Xian rushed under the one-eyed flood dragon and stabbed his sword into its claws. His full-strength attack could only barely break through the one-eyed flood dragon's defense. If his strength was reduced by 2 dragons, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through. The Beast King's rampage won't last long. We need to finish it quickly. Yi Xian mustered up his strength and sent the Bahuang sword into the one-eyed flood dragon's claws. However, the one-eyed flood dragon's claws were longer than the Bahuang sword. This attack was not enough to kill the one-eyed flood dragon. I don't care so much. I'll break one of your claws first. Yi Xian swung the Bahuang sword with all his strength and cut a big hole in the dragon's claws. Dragon blood flowed out. At this time, the one-eyed flood dragon raised its claws and tried to grab Yi Xian. Xiao! Yi Xian quickly dodged. However, at this moment, a unique notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! The Bahuang sword has started to absorb the wyvern's blood. Current progress is 3%. What? Yi Xian was shocked for a moment. This was the first time the system mentioned the Bahuang sword. That was secondary. The main thing was, what did the wyvern sword mean? Yi Xian looked down and found that the dragon blood on the Bahuang sword was quickly drying up and being absorbed by the Bahuang sword. Ding! The Bahuang sword's current dragon blood concentration is 5%. After hearing the second notification, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. The Bahuang dragon slaying sword. If I want to learn the second stage of the Bahuang sword, shouldn't I soak the Bahuang sword in the wyvern's blood? Yi Xian was shocked. The sacred beast in front of him with the strength of 10 dragons was just a flood dragon. In the next moment, he understood. The one-eyed giant python swallowed the heavenly whale flood dragon's tail and mutated. Could it be that the heavenly whale flood dragon has the wyvern's blood? When Yi Xian thought about it this way, it made sense. Whatever, since the one-eyed flood dragon's blood can activate the Bahuang sword, let's do it. In an instant, a surge of power surged out of Yi Xian's body and directly pierced the Bahuang's sword into the one-eyed flood dragon's claw. This time, he directly let go and left the Bahuang's sword in the flood dragon's body. The Bahuang's sword was not in his hand and the system did not prompt, but Yi Xian knew that the Bahuang's sword was absorbing the one-eyed flood dragon's blood. The one-eyed flood dragon felt that something was wrong and swept its claw, trying to pull the Bahuang's sword out. You want to pull the sword out? Have you asked me? Yi Xian quickly rushed over and threw a punch. The strength of 10 dragons poured out. Don't forget, he had the Beast King blood in his body, and the one-eyed flood dragon was a beast, so its attack was enhanced. This punch was almost equivalent to the strength of 11 dragons. Bang! The one-eyed flood dragon's claw was knocked away. It was in disbelief and swept its claw again, but it was still knocked away by Yi Xian's punch. The Bahuang's sword was constantly devouring its blood, but this blood was nothing to it. So, it simply ignored it and raised its claw to attack wildly. Bang! 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 Yi Xian and the one-eyed flood dragon exchanged blows. At this time, his expression was not very good, because the Beast King's rampage was about to end. This is the second time I've used Beast King's rampage. This time, it consumed 101 dragon sacred beast corpses. Next time, it might be 1,000. I won't use it if I can. This was Yi Xian's thought. If he used the third Beast King's rampage, he would definitely be able to kill the one-eyed flood dragon. He hurriedly rushed over and placed his hand on the Bahuang's sword. Ding! The Bahuang's sword's current dragon blood concentration is 85%. It was almost time. Bang! Bang! Yi Xian and the one-eyed flood dragon exchanged 2 blows, and immediately, the Bahuang's sword on the dragon's claw began to tremble violently. Boom! An earth-shattering dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire Shark City. It's done. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he instantly pulled out the Bahuang sword, and then recorded the Bahuang dragon-slaying sword in the Devouring system to learn it. If you want to use the Bahuang dragon-slaying sword, you have to meet 2 conditions. 1. Soak in the wyvern blood. 2. Learn the Bahuang dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 348. Dragon-slaying sword of desolation. Ding! Host has learned the dragon-slaying sword technique. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Come out, dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation. Yi Xian circulated all the Jin Qi in his body and condensed a dragon-slaying greatsword that was 1 size smaller than Bahuang greatsword. It was only 3 meters long. He held the sword in his hand and gently cut the dragon claw of the one-eyed flood dragon. Along with a sizzling sound, the entire dragon claw was cut off with ease. So sharp. This scene seemed familiar to Yi Xian. It was when he dealt with the giant lava tortoise in the Great Tang Dynasty. There was no stuttering at all. The incision was smooth, as if he was cutting tofu. F***ck, my Jin Qi is quickly depleting. Yi Xian hurriedly took out a few pills and swallowed them to recover his Jin Qi. At this time, one of the one-eyed flood dragon's front claws was cut off, and its whole body lost its balance and fell down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly made his way to the one-eyed flood dragon's head. Dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. With a draconic roar, Yi Xian viciously shattered the Dragon Slayer's sword and unleashed a gigantic white slash. This strike was the quintessence of the second stage of the 8 desolation sword technique, the dragon-slaying strike of 8 desolation. According to the description on that parchment, this dragon-slaying sword was extremely powerful, and it had a damage amplification effect on dragons. This slash was extremely fast, even faster than Yi Xian could react. He only felt a flash of white light enter the one-eyed flood dragon's neck, then swept into the distance, finally disappearing into the horizon. At this time, the head of the one-eyed flood dragon that had fallen to the ground suddenly separated from its body. Beheading. The power of this attack had greatly exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. The dragon-slaying sword of 8 Desolation dealt bonus damage to dragons, and the Beast King bloodline also dealt bonus damage to beasts. With the two of them stacked together, slicing off the head of a one-horned WIRM with the strength of 10 dragons was not an issue. How terrifying! It actually consumes half of the Jinqi in my body to use it. The more Jinqi I have, the more powerful it is. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even the one-horned flood dragon with the strength of 10 dragons was instantly killed. If the shark soldiers and shark generals were here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. But at this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a very important problem. The one-eyed giant python had suddenly transformed into a one-horned flood dragon. Did that mean that its snake gallbladder still existed? At the thought of this, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and absorbed the dragon's head and corpse into his devouring space. Then, he dismembered the one-eyed flood dragon in the devouring space. Fortunately, the one-eyed flood dragon had not completely transformed, so the snake gall was still there. If Yi Xian had been a step slower, it would have completely transformed into a cyclops flood dragon. At that time, the snake gall would have disappeared. TSK, a holy beast corpse in holy beast soul with the strength of 10 dragons. Yi Xian grinned and swallowed the 2 items. Ding, the host has broken through to the strength of 9 dragons. The strength of 9 dragons, 1 more dragon, and I will break through to the strength of 10 dragons. Yi Xian thought to himself. Next, he would wander around the entire shark city, killing the shark soldiers and shark generals who had not yet escaped. Now, the shark city was an empty city. The shark king was dead, and even the one-eyed giant python was dead. Then, Yi Xian rushed back to the dragon palace. When he came, he had the strength of 6 dragons, but now, he had the strength of 9 dragons, which increased his speed by more than half. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the dragon palace. However, he felt that the atmosphere in the dragon palace was a bit strange. He shouted for a while under the city wall, but no one came to open the door. Something happened. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He directly went forward and punched the city gate. The strength of 9 dragons poured out and instantly blasted a big hole in the city gate. Less than an hour after he left, something happened in the dragon palace. Then, the reason must be within the Sea Dragon clan. Just then, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals passed by. Yi Xian hurriedly went to catch the captain and asked, "What happened?" Although the captain didn't recognize Yi Xian's appearance, he heard that there were a few human guests in the dragon palace. He immediately replied, "General Lei and Commander Lei betrayed us and even captured the princess and the prince." What? Yi Xian was stunned and asked again, "Where are they?" "In the dragon palace." The dragon palace was the place where the dragon king lived. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the dragon palace. At this time, in front of the dragon palace, there were countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals gathered. On the stairs of the Dragon King Palace, there were a few 6-armed sea demons, including Commander Wu. These 6-armed sea monsters were all commander-level experts with the strength of 3 dragons. Among them, there was a particularly tall 6-armed sea monster. He was the Sea Dragon clan's General Lei. Not only that, on the other side of the stairs, there were some Naga sea monsters. These Naga sea monsters were controlling several people. If Yi Xian was present, he would definitely be furious. This was because Song Suijing and Song Caijue were among them, as well as Yu Man and the other members of the Sea Dragon clan's royal family. "Ha ha ha, Yui, what happened to you?" A loud laughter resounded. In the middle of the open space, there were 2 figures fighting. One of them was Yui, and the other was the 6-armed sea monster General Lei. Yue, I have already broken through to the strength of 4 dragons. Do you really think that you are the number 1 genius? Change back to your original form. Otherwise, you will die under my blade. There were 4 flying dragons circling Commander Lei's body. Yue also had the strength of 4 dragons, but this General Lei was too heaven-defying. He actually grew 6 arms, and Yue was unable to fight back. Ha ha ha, Yue, where is the Dragon Pearl? Tell me and I will let them go. General Lei shouted from above. I don't know where the Dragon Pearl is. Yue clenched his teeth and replied. Since that's the case, I will start killing your relatives one by one. General Lei's eyes flashed with killing intent. He ordered his men to grab a member of the Sea Dragon clan and raised the butcher knife in his hand. No, I really don't know. Yue anxiously roared from below. Ha, whether you know or not, he will die. General Lei laughed and prepared to kill Yue's cousin. However, at this moment. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a girl's voice resounded from the side. General Lei turned his head and found that the one who spoke was the Sea Dragon clan's princess, Yu Man. He frowned and asked, Your brother doesn't know, do you know? Yes, I know where the Dragon Pearl is. Yu Man solemnly nodded. Oh. Tell me about it. General Lei was interested. He originally thought that Yu Man didn't know anything. After all, she hadn't even reached the strength realm. But now, he saw that Yu Man seemed to know something. Chapter 349. Betrayal, inside your body. General Lei was shocked. Yes, inside my body. Yu Man nodded. My father said that when I was born, my body was extremely weak and I could die at any time. So my father gave me the Dragon Pearl. All these years, I have been refining the Dragon Pearl. Just a while ago, I finally merged with the Dragon Pearl. What? Merged into one. General Lei was shocked again. Yes, merged into one. As long as I break through to the physical strength realm, I can start refining the Dragon Pearl. Yu Man said. The ancestors of the Sea Dragon clan had the strength of 9 dragons. If she could completely refine the Dragon Pearl, she would have the strength of 9 dragons. After General Lei heard this, he quickly rushed over and grabbed Yu Man's white neck, lifting her up. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Hand over the Dragon Pearl and I will spare your life. General Lei shouted coldly. The Dragon Pearl has merged with me. I can't take it out. Yu Man said with difficulty. General Lei was silent. He felt that what Yu Man said was true. If the Dragon Pearl really merged with Yu Man, it would be useless if it was forcefully taken out. However, if he didn't take it out, what use would Yu Man be to him? Is there any way to take it out? General Lei continued to ask. Yu Man glanced at Yue and the others and nodded. As long as I break through to the physical strength realm, I can sacrifice myself to condense the Dragon Pearl, breakthrough. If Yu Man broke through, she would have the strength of 9 dragons. It would be easy for her to kill them. General Lei wasn't stupid. But in the next moment, he thought of something. As long as he controlled Yue and the others, Yu Man would have no choice but to obey. However, he didn't understand. If the Dragon King chose to give up on the Dragon Pearl and Yu Man, and attacked with the Sky Whale Flood Dragon, then they would be dead. Damn it, I didn't expect the Dragon Pearl to merge with this girl. General Lei gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before he made a decision. Kill them all. General Lei shouted angrily. What? Everyone widened their eyes. It seemed that General Lei was planning to give up on the Dragon Pearl. Those Naga sirens and 6-armed sirens were all General Lei's men. After hearing General Lei's instructions, Yi Xian mercilessly dropped the butcher's knife. Song Sui Jing, who had been caught, was already in despair. She thought of Yi Xian in her heart. She regretted that her strength was so weak that she could not help at all. However, just as General Lei's voice fell, a figure rushed out. With a few cold flashes, the heads of the rebel soldiers all fell to the ground, including General Lei. What? Commander Lei was stunned. By the time he reacted, General Lei and the others had all become corpses. General Lei was the father of General Lei, Lei Ming, and had the strength of 5 dragons. However, he had been instantly killed by someone of such a realm. Only an expert with the strength of 6 dragons could do that. However, the person who had killed General Lei far surpassed the power of 6 dragons, reaching the power of 9 dragons. Yi Xian. When the captive saw the figure on the stairs, Song Suijing couldn't help but shout out. From the moment General Lei betrayed them to the moment they were captured, she hadn't said a single word, because she was useless as a peak heavenly core warrior. The same went for Adjudicator Song. Just now, they had realized how weak they were. It's all right now. Yi Xian smiled. The 8 desolate sword instantly broke into pieces, then he flew 1,000 meters away and killed General Lei. Now, all the rebel soldiers had been killed. He was glad that he had returned in time. If not, they would have been in great danger. After seeing Yi Xian, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Killing a group of 5 dragons and a dozen 3 or 4 dragons in the blink of an eye, only Yi Xian could do that. Yi Xian hastily rushed over to Song Suijing and checked her condition. After that, he asked with a loud voice, "Are you all right?" "We're fine." Yi shook his head and walked over. He didn't expect that after Yi Xian left, General Lei would suddenly appear and capture all the members of the Sea Dragon clan as hostages. That's good. Yi Xian nodded his head. He glanced at Song Suijing, then he said with a smile, "The vicious shark clan has been destroyed, and the Cyclops serpent has been killed by me. I've also retrieved the snake gall, you don't have to worry." What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Things were really full of twists and turns. General Lei had just died, and now Yi Xian was telling them such a shocking news. The evil shark clan was annihilated. This was great news. General Lei's betrayal was just a small interlude. All their corpses were retrieved by Yi Xian, then he devoured them. Half a day later, the Dragon King returned. When he heard the news of the vicious shark clan's destruction, he was also shocked. When Yi Xian took out the Cyclops serpent snake gall and the heaven-level martial arts, the Dragon King almost cried. This time, Yi Xian didn't intend to ask for anything from them. After all, the benefits of low-level Saint Beast's corpses were too little for him. Even if he had the Beast King bloodline's 10% devouring benefits, it wasn't as good as going out to kill a stronger Saint Beast. In the following days, Yi Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace because Song Suijing and Song Jeju were about to break through. Not only them, but the Sea Dragon Princess, Yu Man, was also trying to break through. 7 days later, Yu Man successfully condensed her soul and obtained the strength of 1 dragon. After breaking through, the dragon pearl in her body was directly refined, allowing her to break through to the strength of 3 dragons. For her to be able to break through so quickly, other than the stimulation from before, Yi Xian also contributed greatly. Without the 5 dragon soul of the holy beast that Yi Xian brought, she'd probably need a few more days to break through. Although she had the strength of 3 dragons, the dragon pearl contained the strength of 9 dragons. Therefore, she still had a long way to go. However, on the 3rd day after Yu Man's breakthrough, Song Suijing and Song Jeju had also reached a critical juncture. At this time, in a palace of the Dragon Palace, Yi Xian sat cross-legged behind Song Suijing and Song Jeju. He placed his hands on their backs and helped them refine the Saint Beast soul. With a dragon roar, a dragon condensed around Song Suijing and Song Jeju. 1 dragon strength. Vigor realm. Phew, I finally broke through to the vigor realm. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. Since the last time they entered the state of ice and fire, the two siblings hadn't succeeded. Therefore, their cultivation speed had slowed down. After breaking through, the two siblings looked at each other and seemed to have made a decision in their hearts. Breakthrough, we can continue on our journey. Chapter 350. Human. Right now, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 9 dragons bloodline. Of the 3 peak bloodlines, only his physique bloodline had improved. His battle bloodline and support bloodline had yet to improve. Thus, he wanted to go to the Bloodstone continent as soon as possible. However, at this time, Song Suijing suddenly said, Yi Xian, I think we should stay in the Heavenly Water continent for now. What? Yi Xian was startled. Staying in the Heavenly Water continent. In the next moment, he reacted. Song Suijing was referring to her and Adjudicator Song. Yes, we still can't grasp that state. If we only refine the sacred beast soul, we won't be able to catch up to you. Therefore, we decided to stay in the Heavenly Water continent and wait until we master that state before going to the Heavenly Water continent. Judge Song nodded. Hearing this, Yi Xian carefully thought about it. Indeed, if Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song couldn't grasp that state, they definitely wouldn't be able to catch up to him. It was better to stay in the Heavenly Water continent and let him go to the Bloodstone continent to explore. Alright, then you should return to the Heavenly Water continent first. Yi Xian replied. Okay. Song Suijing nodded. Even so, Yi Xian still left a large number of sacred beast souls for Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Moreover, he personally sent them back to the Heavenly Water continent. With the spirit boundary Lin Wenyue guarding the Heavenly Water continent, there shouldn't be a problem. Afterward, Yi Xian left the Dragon Palace alone and went to the middle section of the Undersea Palace. After some time, he arrived at the back section of the Undersea Palace. At this time, it was already the 5th day since Yi Xian sent Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song back to the Heavenly Water continent. Yi Xian, who was shuttling through the same passage, suddenly stopped. He looked at the map and estimated that it would take him another 10 minutes to leave the Undersea Palace and reach the Bloodstone continent. Fortunately, he had a map. If he didn't have this map, even if he had the power of 9 dragons, he would probably be lost in it. We're finally here. Yi Xian revealed an expression of anticipation. He wondered what the strongest person in the Bloodstone continent was. The latter part of the deep-sea underground palace was the same as the earlier part. They would only encounter holy beasts with the strength of 1 or 2 dragons. Therefore, all of these holy beasts entered Yi Xian's devouring space. However, just as Yi Xian was a step away from the entrance of the deep-sea underground palace, he heard a different cry. No, Yi Xian's body trembled. It was a girl's voice, and it sounded very young. She was at most 15 years old. Why are there other people in this deep-sea underground palace? Could they be from the Vicious Shark clan? Yi Xian was a little surprised. There were female sharks in the Vicious Shark clan. He felt that something was amiss and decided to take a look first. Immediately, he dashed towards the source of the sound. After he turned a corner, he saw 2 figures heading toward a petite figure. Cousin Xian, you better not resist. Although your aptitude is good, you can't stop the 2 of us. The leader of the 2 figures chuckled. Cousin, why are you doing this? A 15-year-old girl holding a woman's long sword asked timidly. Don't blame us. Who asked your father to obtain a heaven-level martial art and not hand it over to the clan? Cousin Xian, you better hand over the expanded version of that martial art, the leader said with a smile. I don't know. Father didn't teach me. The girl quickly shook her head. Do you think I'll believe you? Your father only has 1 daughter. How could he not teach it to you? Cousin Xian, you better hand it over. This way, I might spare your life. Otherwise. The leader's eyes flashed with a demonic light as he spoke. At this time, the other person on the side said in an obscene tone, "Big brother, why don't you let me do it? I guarantee that she will spit out every word. You asterisk shoal, you even want to harm your own cousin." The young man in the lead directly slapped him. "Big brother, don't you want to? Shut up." The leader's veins popped out on his forehead. He couldn't understand why he had such a stupid brother. He quickly turned his head and said with a smile, "Cousin Xian, don't listen to him. As long as you hand over the heaven-level martial art, I won't do anything to you." The girl wasn't a fool. She wouldn't hand it over so easily. Moreover, she knew that if she handed it over, she would end up in a terrible state. There was no one else here. If she died, no one would know. At this time, she felt that something was wrong. From the corner of her eyes, she saw a fourth person around the corner. The two youths also noticed the girl's gaze and turned to look. "Someone's here. How is this possible? We just found this deep-sea underground palace." The leader exclaimed. "Kid, did you see something you shouldn't have?" The other youth narrowed his eyes. The person peeking around the corner was naturally Yi Xian. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a scene. They were from the same clan, but for the sake of a heaven-level martial art, they actually faced each other with swords. The leader's younger brother was a beast with a human face. He had taken a fancy to his cousin's body. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't speak, the leader coldly said, "Kid, do you want to be a hero and save the beauty?" Hearing this, Yi Xian glanced at the few flying dragons around the young man in the lead and thought to himself, the Blood Rock continent is indeed worthy of being called the Blood Rock continent. The three of them actually have the strength of 8 dragons. I'm afraid my strength of 9 dragons is considered poor. He sighed in his heart, then turned to the girl and asked, "What's your name?" The girl was a little strange. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Yi Xian, As expected. Yi Xian also felt a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet a little girl with a name so similar to his. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" The leader asked again. He also couldn't see through Yi Xian because Yi Xian didn't make a move. He didn't know what level Yi Xian was at. "Nothing, I'm just laughing at you two scum." Yi Xian smiled. When these words sounded, the two youths' eyes revealed killing intent. The leader said in a low voice, "Little brother, go and test his strength." "Big brother, why don't you go?" The other youth whispered. "If I tell you to go, then go. This is my Yi clan's territory. His strength won't surpass 10 dragons. You are a disciple of my Yi clan. Could it be that you can't beat him?" The leading youth reminded. When his younger brother heard this, he felt that it made sense. He strode towards Yi Xian. Chapter 351. Asking for news, kill your entire family. When the young man who was walking towards Yi Xian heard this, he was immediately enraged. 8 dragons rose into the air and charged towards Yi Xian. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me with just the strength of 8 dragons?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed and the Bahuang sword in his hand suddenly shattered. Whoosh! 8 sharp blades instantly unfurled and turned the young man into minced meat. The strength of 9 dragons meant that Yi Xian's chi was also at the strength of 9 dragons. The young man in front of him only had the strength of 8 dragons, so killing him in an instant was definitely not a problem. Seeing his own brother cut into pieces and lying in a pool of blood, the young man in the lead was completely stunned. They were disciples of the Yi family. Even if they encountered an expert with the strength of 9 dragons, they would still be able to fight. However, Yi Xian was only at the strength of 9 dragons, yet he was able to kill his brother in an instant. This meant that Yi Xian could also kill him in an instant. Let's go. The young man in the lead immediately made the decision to turn around and run. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. You want to leave after cursing my entire family? Whoosh! 8 sharp blades swept out in an instant, cutting him into several pieces as well. Yi Xian was a vengeful person. Whoever cursed him, he would retaliate. However, if anyone cursed his family, they would only end up dead. Now that the two of them had been killed, only Yi Xian and the little girl, Yi Xianer, were left. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life, Yi Xianer said gratefully. Yi Xian walked over and took the 2 Xin and Yang rings. Sure enough, disciples of aristocratic families who came out to train did not bring many things. He sighed helplessly and turned to ask, "Why are you here?" "We found this underwater palace by chance. We wanted to collect some treasures and ores from the deep sea, but we didn't expect." Yi Xianer said gloomily. "Then I'll be fine if I kill your 2 cousins, right?" Yi Xian asked again. "They deserve to die. However, they also have some weight in the Yi family. If they don't return for a long time, the family will become suspicious. But this will have to wait at least a few months." As Yi Xian spoke, she asked again, "May I know big brother's name?" Yi Xian, Xian as in Gao Xian, Yi Xian replied. When Yi Xianer heard this name, she was also shocked. She never thought that their names would be so similar. "Xianer once again thanks big brother Yi for saving my life." Yi Xianer thanked him again. However, Yi Xian felt that she was still very vigilant. After all, something like this had happened. Her 2 cousins had been killed by Yi Xian, and her Qian Kun ring had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. And just now, Yi Xian had heard their conversation and understood that her father had obtained a Tian-level martial art. Therefore, it was not impossible for Yi Xian to make a move against her. Killing people to steal treasures was a common sight. "Miss Xianer, you don't have to be so nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead." After Yi Xian finished speaking with a smile, he rushed forward like an arrow. His actions also scared Yi Xianer to the point of choking. She hurriedly threw out a slash. However, this slash was easily dodged by Yi Xian. At the same time, the 8 sharp blades were already flying towards Yi Xianer. Still can't escape death. Yi Xianer looked at the 8 streaks of light and thought to herself. She knew that she would definitely not be able to dodge this attack, so she could only close her eyes in despair. Swish! 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 The 8 sharp blades were extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Xianer in the blink of an eye. However, what surprised Yi Xianer was that even after a second had passed, she still did not feel any pain. She opened her eyes strangely and found that the 8 sharp blades were all floating in front of her. As for Yi Xian, he was slowly walking over. Sorry, I saw that you were hostile towards me, so I did this," Yi Xian said in shame. He was only proving his strength to Yi Xianer. Yi Xianer heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. It seemed that Yi Xian did not want to kill her and steal her treasures. Yi Xian had the strength to kill her, but he did not do so. This was enough to prove that Yi Xian's words were true. "Thank you, big brother Yi." Yi Xianer thanked him again. Yi Xian withdrew his Bahuang sword and said, "It's fine. Although I, Yi Xian, have killed people to steal treasures, I won't do anything to a little girl." "Right, do you have a map?" "Map?" Yi Xianer blinked and asked curiously, "Big brother Yi, you want the map of the deep sea underground palace?" "No, it's the outside." Yi Xian shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Xianer directly took out a map of the outside and handed it over. Yi Xian took it and looked at it. This was a map of the Luosha region. It was probably about the same size as the Heavenly Water continent, so this should only be a corner of the Blood Rock continent. Where are we now? Yi Xian turned and asked. Big brother Yi, you. Yi Xianer did not understand. Yi Xian hurriedly smiled and said, we were chased by enemies and blindly fled, so I wanted to confirm our position. When Yi Xianer heard this, she did not think too much about it. She pointed to a place on the map and said, the deep sea palace we are currently in is here. If we head west for another 2 days, we will reach my Yi family. Then, Miss Xianer, have you heard of the Imperial Palace? Yi Xian asked again. The reason why he saved Yi Xianer, besides being a good Samaritan, was to find a guide. After all, he had not stepped into the Blood Rock continent yet. Imperial Palace. Big brother Yi, why do you ask? The Luosha region is under the jurisdiction of the Battle King Palace. Yi Xianer was puzzled. Battle King Palace. Yi Xian was stunned. This name was not right. At this time, Yi Xianer asked again, could it be that Big Brother Yi ran all the way from the Beast King Palace to the Luosha region? Heavens, if you want to pass through a region, even if you have a flying mount, it would take at least years. Beast King Palace. Yi Xian was already stupefied when he heard this. Why did another royal palace come out? This. I am not very familiar with geography. Miss Xianer, other than the Battle King Palace and the Beast King Palace, are there any? Yi Xian quickly changed the topic. There is also the Tool King Palace. The Battle King Palace, the Beast King Palace, and the Tool King Palace. These 3 king palaces divide the entire eastern continent. Yi Xianer replied. Imperial Palace, there were actually 3 imperial palaces. Yi Xian was silent. The great elder only told him 2 words, and that was the Imperial Palace. Could it be that even father does not know which Imperial Palace mother is in? Yi Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, Yi Xianer seemed to have thought of something and said, oh, right, these 3 Imperial Palaces used to be one, but because of some things, they split up, so there are these 3 Imperial Palaces. This should be something that happened in the last 10 or 20 years, right? Yi Xian asked again. Yi Xianer nodded, yes, I was not born at that time, so I am not very clear. Understood. Chapter 352. Sword Saint bloodline. When Yi Chong was around 20 years old, he went to the Blood Rock continent and met Yi Xian's mother at that time. Later on, Yi Chong came back with a baby boy. This baby boy was Yi Xian. Yi Chong stayed in the Yi family for a few years. After recovering from his injuries, he went back to the Blood Rock continent. Therefore, the splitting of the Imperial Palace into 3 Imperial Palaces should have happened when Yi Chong returned to the Sky Water continent. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. After all, he was only in the Strength realm, while Yi Chong was already in the Spirit realm when he returned to the Blood Rock continent. Thus, he still had a long way to go. Oh right, Miss Xian, are these deep-sea treasures very valuable? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes, because the sea is very dangerous. Sometimes, you will encounter saint beasts that have the strength of 1 dragon. Sometimes, you will even encounter saint beasts that are comparable to the spirit realm. Therefore, the deep-sea treasures are much more valuable than those on land. Yi Xian nodded. So it's like that. When I was escaping from my enemies, I escaped into the deep-sea palace and obtained quite a few deep-sea treasures. I wonder how much I can get. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the Devour dimension. There were large amounts of deep-sea treasures inside. He had devoured some before, but felt that the benefits were too low, so he kept them. Big brother Yi, I'm still a disciple of the Broken Moon clan. Our Broken Moon clan is currently lacking in deep-sea treasures. If we go to the Broken Moon clan's shops to sell them, the price will be much higher. Yi Xian explained. Then take a look at these. How much can you get? Yi Xian said as he poured the contents of the devoured dimension into a yin and yang ring and handed it over. Yi Xian took the yin and yang ring and her expression immediately changed. She quickly calculated in her mind and said, Yi, big brother Yi, you can probably get 500,000 soul condensing stones with these. Only 500,000. Yi Xian was stunned. Only. Yi Xian said helplessly, Big brother Yi, 500,000 soul condensing stones is enough to buy a heaven-level martial art. Oh, is that so? Yi Xian paused. It seemed like his Sword Monarch bloodline could be upgraded to Sword Saint bloodline. In order to upgrade a high-grade Sword Emperor bloodline to a top-grade Sword Saint bloodline, a heaven-class martial art was required. Furthermore, it had to be a sword art. He had enough Devour crystals, so he only needed one more heaven-class sword art to raise his Sword Emperor bloodline to the highest level. By the way, I heard that your father obtained a heaven-tier martial art. What type is it? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body violently trembled. After a long while, she replied, It's a sword technique. Sword technique. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He could really get whatever he wanted. Then, do you have this heaven-tier martial art with you? I can use these treasures to buy them from you. Yi Xian asked again. This, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. She took out a piece of clothing and tore it open in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian watched as she tore open the clothing. He immediately understood that the heaven-tier martial art was actually written on the inner layer of the clothing. Big brother Yi, you saved my life. I'll take this to repay you. Yi Xian handed the clothing over. Thank you very much. Yi Xian smiled faintly and took the clothing. He then looked at it from top to bottom and recorded it into the Devour system. Ding! Host has learned the Heavenly Wind sword art. Current proficiency level is 10%. When he heard the notification in his mind, Yi Xian was astonished. He did not expect that the heaven-tier martial art would have an additional proficiency level. Obviously, if the proficiency level was increased, then the power of this martial art would increase. In the next moment, he understood how to increase the proficiency level. That was to continuously perform and comprehend the essence of this sword art. However, it was not too difficult for Yi Xian to comprehend. After all, he still had the bloodline. Ding! Host has successfully fused with the Sword Saint bloodline. The Sword Saint bloodline could increase one's comprehension and sword art power by 40%. Previously, he did not understand much about comprehension, but now he finally understood that it was used to increase the proficiency level. Not only that, after fusing with the Sword Saint bloodline, Yi Xian also gained a new skill called Sword Art Fusion. Simply put, it was able to fuse two sword arts into a higher level. However, the lowest level of fusion was Heaven-tier martial arts. Sword Saint bloodline, Advancement Path 1, Comprehension. Current level of advancement is 4. Every advancement will increase one's comprehension of sword arts by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Sword Art Power. Current level of advancement is 4. Every advancement will increase one's sword art power by 10%. Advancement Path 3, Sword Art Fusion. Current level of advancement is 1. Every advancement will increase one's fusion power by 10%. This sword art fusion was very practical. As long as Yi Xian obtained another heaven-tier sword art, he could fuse it with the sky-wind sword art. At that time, he might obtain a middle-tier heaven-tier sword art. Of course, there was a success rate. Furthermore, fusing sword arts required a large amount of Devour crystals. If he tried a few more times, Yi Xian might go bankrupt. Upgrading the Sword Emperor bloodline to the Sword Saint bloodline increased Yi Xian's comprehension and sword power by 10%. This also improved the 8 Desolation sword art. Currently, Yi Xian had only learned 2 stages of the 8 Desolation sword art. One was the 8 Desolation Heavenquake sword art, and the other was the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying sword art. Currently, the 8 Desolation Heavenquake sword art was useless. Its effect was not ideal. However, the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying sword art was very useful. The 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying sword art already had a damage bonus against dragons. In addition to the Sword Saint bloodline, its power increased by 40%. In addition, there was also the 10% increase from the Beast King bloodline. If he used Dragon's Judgment, he might be able to instantly kill a dragon-type saint beast that was stronger than Yi Xian. Take these treasures as a reward for learning this martial art. Yi Xian smiled and handed over the yin and yang ring in his hand. Big brother Yi, this won't do, Yi Xian hurriedly refused. Yi Xian tried to persuade her, but Yi Xian still wouldn't accept, so he could only give up. Big brother Yi, are you still staying in the Deep Sea Palace? Yi Xian asked. I've stayed in the Deep Sea Palace for a few months. My enemies outside should have already left. It's time to leave. Yi Xian nodded. He felt that it was best if he didn't reveal that he came from the Sky-Water continent. Then I'll go with Big Brother Yi. I can also take Big Brother Yi to the shops under the Broken Moon clan. The price will be higher than normal. Yi Xian smiled. Alright, thank you. Yi Xian agreed. He saw that Yi Xian was only holding a high-tier earth-tier item, so he wanted to buy a heaven-tier item for Yi Xian. The two immediately prepared to leave the Deep Sea Palace. Chapter 353. Blood Rock Continent. When Yi Xian saw the sun again, he found out that the exit of the underground palace was on a cliff. Moreover, the entrance was very small, almost like a crack in the rock. Only one person could enter at a time. Therefore, it was due to luck that the three of them were able to find this underground palace. Wei Zhentian, come out. After leaving the underground palace, Yi Xian called out Wei Zhentian. After consuming a large amount of ores, Wei Zhentian had grown to the strength of 6 dragons. Wei Zhentian was a rock spirit, a mutated beast. Instead of consuming the soul of a saint beast, it would be more practical to give it ores. After it appeared, it turned into a stone statue. Yi Xian jumped on its back and said to Yi Xian, come here. Big brother Yi, this is. Yi Xian asked in astonishment. It's my mount. Don't worry, come here. Yi Xian explained. Yi Xian blinked her eyes and jumped on Wei Zhentian's back. So mysterious, is it also a type of saint beast? Yes, it can be considered as one. Yi Xian casually replied and ordered Wei Zhentian to rise and head in a certain direction. With the strength of 6 dragons, Wei Zhentian's speed was extremely fast. Originally, Yi Xian would need to travel for 3 days, but Wei Zhentian only took half a day. Half a day later, Yi Xian pointed at a city in front of them and said, Big brother Yi, that is Bamboo Leaf City, a city under my Broken Moon clan. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Along the way, he had understood many things. For example, the Broken Moon clan that Yi Xian was in had experts with strength of over 30 dragons. However, the Luosha region had countless clans like the Broken Moon clan. As for the imperial palaces, each of them was a colossal existence. Each imperial palace had experts that surpassed the 4th stage of the spirit stage. After the spirit stage was the void god stage. Therefore, Yi Xian still had a long way to go. Wei Zhentian landed outside Bamboo Leaf City, and then Yi Xian, led by Yi Xianer, entered Bamboo Leaf City. Brother Yi, I'll take you to the Broken Moon clan's shop. After entering the city, Yi Xian directly said, "There's no rush. Let's find a place to eat first." Yi Xian smiled faintly. It wasn't like they would run out of food, so there was no rush. "Then Big Brother Yi, follow me. I often come to this bamboo leaf city, I know which restaurant is delicious." Yi Xianer said as she walked in front like a tour guide, explaining to Yi Xian about Bamboo Leaf City. After a while, they arrived at a restaurant. Yi Xian was in charge of ordering while Yi Xian was secretly smacking his lips at the side. The Bloodstone Continent is truly worthy of its name. Just a random restaurant would actually use the meat of a saint beast to cook. If one grew up eating this kind of food, it would be strange if they weren't strong. Yi Xian thought to himself. Very soon, the dishes were served. Yi Xian tasted a mouthful and found that the taste was indeed not bad. He couldn't help but want to eat. "Big Brother Yi, do you have any plans after this?" Yi Xianer asked. "Not yet." Yi Xian shook his head. The Broken Moon clan will be joining forces with 2 other clans to hold a martial arts competition. The winner will be rewarded handsomely. Yi Xianer said with a smile, "Big Brother Yi, you're so strong, you'll definitely get a good result. My talent is bad. I'm already 19 and only have 9 dragons of strength. It'll be embarrassing if I go up." Yi Xian shook his head. He knew his own limits. Yi Xianer was only 15 years old and already had 8 dragons of strength. Her talent was much better than his. That's fine. The martial arts competition is divided into different levels. Big Brother Yi just so happens to have 9 dragons, so you can participate in the 9-dragon group. Those with 10 dragons and above will participate in the higher level competition. Yi Xianer smiled and said, "I heard that the reward for the first place of the 9 groups is a 10-year-old dragon blood grass. If cultivators with 10 dragons and below consume it, they'll directly increase their strength by 3 dragons." Oh. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It could replace quite a few Saint Beast souls. His interest was piqued and he asked, "Then what's the reward for 10 dragons and above?" "It's a 100-year-old dragon blood grass. If a cultivator with 10 dragons of strength consumes it, they'll be able to increase their strength by at least 5 dragons. For those with 15 dragons and above, it'll depend on their talent. It might be able to increase their strength by 3 dragons, 2 dragons, or even 1 dragon." Yi Xianer replied. 5 dragons of strength, huh? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain all of them, he could directly break through to 15 dragons and above. The location is the Water Moon clan. The time is 7 days later. Big Brother Yi just so happens to have 9 dragons of strength, so you can go and try. Yi Xianer said. I'll see when the time comes." Yi Xian nodded. Who knew, he might be able to break through again in 7 days. However, he could suppress his cultivation and go take a look at the martial arts competition. He didn't believe that under 10 dragons, there would be anyone who could beat him. However, at this time, the conversation between 2 cultivators in the corner attracted his attention. "Have you heard? It's said that the Undying Sword God has started to challenge the Sword God Pagoda again." "What? Isn't he seriously injured?" "Alright, now he's starting to challenge the Sword God Pagoda again. He's really powerful. In the past few years, he's already challenged it over 1,000 times, but he still can't break through the last level. His strength might not be enough, but his perseverance is enough. Can't the Sword God Palace let him go? A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Without passing the Sword God Pagoda, he has no right to enter the Sword God Palace." Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "What is the Sword God Palace?" "It's the strongest force in our eastern continent. Even the three great halls want to send people here. However, the Sword God Palace has never openly accepted people. If someone passes the Sword God Pagoda, they can enter the Sword God Palace. Yi Xian explained, the Undying Sword God should be called the Undying Sword God. In the past few years, he's already challenged it countless times, but he still can't pass the last level. He's really persevering. Yi Xian sighed. That's right. He's been challenging it once a day for several years. No one else is as hardworking as him. Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian shrugged. He definitely couldn't do it. Unknowingly, he also thought of Yi Chong. That cheap father of his was a spirit realm expert a few years ago. Now, he should be an empty god realm expert. He didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he was only in the spirit realm. Moreover, he had just entered the spirit realm. He hadn't even reached the 10 dragon power realm, let alone the spirit realm and empty god realm. After a while, the two left the restaurant. This time, they walked towards the largest shop in Bamboo Leaf City. Bamboo Leaf City was different from the cities in the Sky Water continent. There was no city lord in this city. Everything was managed by the Broken Moon clan. Chapter 354. Run. Under Yi Xian's lead, Yi Xian walked into a shop belonging to the Broken Moon clan. After that, Yi Xian showed her identity badge and a middle-aged man quickly came to receive them. Oh, it's Xian. What brings you here today? The middle-aged man obviously knew Yi Xian and smiled. Manager Chiu, I have a friend who wants something, and it's not a small amount. Yi Xian said softly. Oh, come with me. The middle-aged man understood and led the two into a room with a soundproof array. Yi Xian didn't say anything and took out the yin and yang ring. I have some treasures from the deep sea. The middle-aged man took the yin and yang ring silently. He thought that it would only be 10 or 20,000 condensed soul stones, but he didn't expect that the items in the ring would be worth more than 500,000. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. The amount was beyond his expectations. In the next moment, he looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression and said, Little brother, where did you get these heavenly and earthly treasures from the deep sea? Senior, you're asking about the source of the items when you're doing business. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No, it's because the amount is too large. If we don't know where they came from. The middle-aged man didn't continue. Don't worry, I picked these treasures myself. Yi Xian replied slowly. The middle-aged man paused and nodded. Okay, I understand. However, the amount is too large, so I'll have to ask my superiors. Okay. Yi Xian also understood that the items in the ring were worth a tier martial art. The middle-aged man returned the ring to Yi Xian and left. Xian, is there anything else here? After the middle-aged man left, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, there is. There's everything here, even martial art seeds. Is that so? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Martial art seeds were extremely rare. Each seed represented a life because experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan would sacrifice themselves to pass down their martial arts. Soon, the middle-aged man returned. However, he brought 2 other people with him. It's him. The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Xian. What's going on? Yi Xian and Yi Xian looked at each other in confusion and the latter asked, Protector Chiu, this is... The middle-aged man coldly snorted, the Broken Moon clan has lost a few batches of goods worth 500,000 condensed soul stones. I suspect that he's the person who stole the goods. Yi Xian hurriedly said to the middle-aged man, this must be a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll see. Capture him and interrogate him. The middle-aged man. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 wyverns flew out from the 2 guards. One was big, and the other 2 were small. 12 dragons of strength. The middle-aged man only had 10 dragons of strength, so he was sent here to take care of things. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat Yi Xian, so he called for 2 helpers. 2 guards with 12 dragons of strength were enough to fight against an expert with 13 dragons of strength. Yi Xian watched as they walked towards him. He was also pondering in his heart. He was wondering if he should resist and escape. But if he ran away, wouldn't Yi Xian be an accomplice? Manager Qiu, you must be mistaken. Brother Yi harvested the deep-sea resources himself. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. I said, it's up to you to decide whether it's true or not. Xian it's best if you don't interfere. Even if your master is an elder, he can't stop me. The middle-aged man said as he turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, the 2 guards made a move. They extended their hands at the same time and placed them on Yi Xian's shoulders. But just as they touched Yi Xian, 3 dragons suddenly appeared around Yi Xian's body. 1 big and 2 small. That was 12 dragons. What? The 2 guards were shocked. By the time they reacted, a fist had already landed on their chests and sent them flying. Yi Xian originally wanted to surrender, but after hearing that Yi Xian's master was an elder of the Broken Moon clan, he changed his mind. With her master's protection, Yi Xian would definitely be fine. When the time came, as long as Yi Xian brought people to the deep-sea palace, he would be able to clear his name. The reason why Yi Xian acted was because he was afraid that this was a trap. He was afraid that the middle-aged man would covet these things and use him as a scapegoat. So, he had to leave. After sending the 2 guards flying, Yi Xian took a big stride and left the room. Damn it, Chase! The middle-aged man felt a gust of wind blow past and hurriedly shouted. His guess was wrong. He was willing to think that Yi Xian only had 10 dragons of strength, but he didn't think that he would have 12. The 2 guards immediately chased after him. Xian you've really made a big mistake this time. Tell me, how did you know him? After escaping, Yi Xian immediately hid in the shadows of a small alley. He was a bit suspicious. Was he a bit too much of a jinx? Wherever he went, something would happen. Xian's master is an elder. As long as I explain it clearly, nothing will happen. I'll just be alone. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head and prepared to leave the city. But at this moment, thief, don't think of leaving. A loud shout rang out. Yi Xian's body trembled as he saw a person descend from the sky. It was an expert with 14 dragons of strength. Wei Xintian. Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly summoned his Wei Xintian and quickly flew into the sky. What is this? The expert widened his eyes in shock and hurriedly turned back. He also had a flying mount, so he naturally wouldn't give up the chance to chase. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Xian flew out of Bamboo Leaf City. However, behind him, there was a stream of light chasing after him. Damn, he's here. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He hurriedly ordered his Wei Xintian to land in the forest outside Bamboo Leaf City. At the physical strength realm, the shadow leopard's hiding effect was not very useful, so he only had one choice, and that was to fight. Beast King Rampage still has some time. If I want to leave, I'll have to kill him. Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He originally only had 9 dragons of strength, but after using Beast King Rampage, he forcefully increased it to 12 dragons of strength. He was only 2 dragons away from 14 dragons of strength. The difference between 1 dragon of strength and 2 dragons of strength was huge, but the difference between 12 dragons of strength and 14 dragons of strength was actually not that big of a difference. Yi Xian still had the Sword Saint bloodline, Beast King bloodline, and Bahuang's sword as his trump cards. Moreover, his agility had advanced twice. With 12 dragons of strength and a 20% increase in movement speed, he could almost reach 15 dragons of strength. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he could fight against an expert with 14 dragons of strength. However, he was afraid that the opponent had a heaven-level movement technique. Chapter 355. Counterattack. Brat, don't even think of escaping. A loud shout rang out as a figure landed in front of Yi Xian. It was the 14-dragon expert who had chased after him. Yi Xian did not plan to waste any more time. He had already used Beast King Rage, so every second was precious. Brat, you dare to challenge me? You're courting death. The middle-aged man did not care about anything else and directly attacked Yi Xian. Facing such a predicament, the 8 Desolation Wind formation was useless. After all, Yi Xian's true qi was still at the strength of 9 dragons. His speed was nothing in the eyes of a 14-dragon expert. Therefore, he could only face him head-on. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword. A surge of true qi gushed out and condensed into a 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword. Yi Xian held the dragon-slaying sword and rushed forward. At this moment, his opponent was a human. Therefore, the Beast King bloodline and 8 Desolation dragon-slaying sword were useless. The only thing that could help was the Sword Saint bloodline. Sky Wind Sword Technique. At this moment, Yi Xian began to use this newly learned sky-level martial art. The expert who had chased after him was also a swordsman and was not bad at all. When he saw that Yi Xian dared to show off his swordsmanship in front of him, he was furious. You're courting death. The middle-aged man waved his long sword and began to compete with Yi Xian. Powerhouses of the physical strength realm often engaged in close-range battles because they relied on their physique. In close-range battles, the winner and loser could be determined quickly. The two exchanged blows in an instant, and the sword shadows were confusing. The middle-aged man originally thought that he could finish off Yi Xian in 1 or 2 rounds, but he did not expect that Yi Xian's swordsmanship was also so impressive. Although Yi Xian's strength was slightly weaker, his speed was about the same as his. Therefore, the two were evenly matched. However, Yi Xian's strength was constantly increasing. Ding! Sky Wind Sword Technique proficiency increased by 10%. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! Sky Wind Sword Technique proficiency increased by 10%. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! The proficiency of Heavenly Wind Sword Technique has increased by 10%. Current proficiency is 40%. In just 10 rounds, Yi Xian's Heavenly Wind Sword Technique had reached 40% mastery. The bloodline of a sword saint is indeed extraordinary. Old man, let's see how long you can last. As his proficiency in the Heavenly Wind Sword Technique continued to increase, Yi Xian's sword technique also became more and more powerful. The Sword Saint's bloodline already increased the power of his sword skills by 40%. Now that his proficiency in the Heaven tier martial arts had increased, his attacks would naturally become even more powerful. Initially, the middle-aged man had been unable to do anything to Yi Xian. But now, he felt like he was retreating in defeat. Ding! The proficiency of Heavenly Wind Sword Technique has increased by 10%. Current proficiency is 50%. Following this notification, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Immediately after, a mini stone golem appeared around him. Wei Zhentian, restrict him as much as you can. Yi Xian immediately ordered in his mind. Wei Zhentian understood and immediately transformed into something else. When Yi Xian glanced at it, he was also shocked. Damn, a machine. Damn, how can it even transform into a machine? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, Wei Zhentian had already transformed into a 4-barrel machine. Following an ear-piercing sound, Wei Zhintian began to shoot wildly. What the hell is this? The middle-aged man was shocked. He could only watch as countless bullets swept towards him. He hurriedly used his free hand to block them. What was even more amazing was that although these bullets hit Yi Xian by mistake, they did not harm him at all. Good. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He could clearly feel that the middle-aged man's speed had decreased. Although Wei Zhintian only had the strength of 6 dragons, his attack speed was already enough to threaten an expert with the strength of 10 dragons. Damn it, why is this kid so strange? The middle-aged man's expression became more and more serious. He could not figure out how Yi Xian had conjured this thing, and its power was not weak either. For a moment, he had a feeling that he could not do anything to Yi Xian. Ding, the proficiency of the Heavenly Wind Sword technique has increased by 10%. Current proficiency is at 60%. After 10 rounds, Yi Xian's proficiency increased again. This time, the middle-aged man was in trouble. Why did these attacks become so fierce again? The middle-aged man's expression changed. He was now being beaten back by Yi Xian. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold on much longer. He was an expert with the strength of 14 dragons. It was really ironic that he had fallen to such a state. However, this could not be blamed on him. Although Yi Xian only had the strength of 9 dragons, his true strength was not that weak. Coupled with the support of Wei Zhintian's barrage of bullets, he was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. However, after 30 rounds, the middle-aged man finally saw red. Moreover, his injury was not light. He was stabbed in the shoulder by Yi Xian. The middle-aged man's expression had already sunk to the bottom. He did not hesitate and immediately turned to leave. Do you think that you can come and go as you please? Yi Xian shouted coldly. He gave another order in his heart. Following that, Wei Zhintian suddenly grew a pair of wings and flew into the sky. What? The middle-aged man was shocked again. Wei Zhintian was on the ground, but he was already in such a state. Now that he was in the sky, wouldn't he be invincible? Go to hell. The middle-aged man was flustered and exasperated as he slashed at Wei Zhintian. This slash also split Wei Zhintian into 2 halves. However, almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 halves of Wei Zhintian's body merged back into one and returned to normal. What a joke. Wei Zhintian is a rock spirit. If he is not crushed into powder in an instant, he will not die. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. The middle-aged man could not stand Wei Zhintian's harassment and did not hesitate to attack Wei Zhintian. What he did would only increase the pressure on himself. Take his life while he is down. Yi Xian understood this principle. Rip. A series of crisp sounds rang out. An arm was thrown into the sky. Due to the middle-aged man's unnecessary movements, Yi Xian found a flaw and took the opportunity to cut off one of his arms. Moreover, it was the right arm that was holding the sword. It's over. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately took out another weapon. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not slow either. Rip. Another arm was thrown into the sky. Now that both of the middle-aged man's arms were cut off, he was no longer able to resist Yi Xian's attack. Rip. When the third crisp sound rang out, what was thrown into the air was a head. Plop. Yi Xian looked at the head that fell to the ground and smiled slightly. At this moment, Wei Zhintian, who was in the sky, did not stop attacking. A series of attacks landed on the corpse, turning it into a sieve. Alright, stop whipping the corpse. Isn't it just a slash? Yi Xian raised his head and said. Hearing this, Wei Zhintian stopped attacking. Then, he turned into a little bird and landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. This vengeful character was similar to Yi Xian. Chapter 356. Martial Arts Conference. After the middle-aged man's death, Yi Xian's Beast King Berserk also ended. He immediately put away the middle-aged man's belongings and corpse. Let me see what good stuff you have. After sinking his consciousness into the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. An expert was indeed an expert. Not only was he strong, but he was also very wealthy. This person seems to be the chief steward that Steward Chiu mentioned. The things inside are probably comparable to a heaven-class martial arts technique. Yi Xian thought to himself. There were a large number of treasures and ores in the interspatial ring. There was even a heaven-class martial arts technique, which happened to be a sword technique. In addition, there was also the heaven-class longsword that the middle-aged man used. However, he did not examine it carefully because there might be more experts chasing after him. He had to leave first. Immediately, he summoned Wei Zhentian and quickly left. He traveled for a full half an hour before he finally stopped and dug a hidden cave for himself. Wei Zhentian, you did well this time. These ores are all yours. Yi Xian took out a large pile of valuable ores. Wei Zhentian did not stand on ceremony and immediately began to eat. If it had not taken action this time, Yi Xian might not have been able to kill the chief steward. At this time, Yi Xian stored the heaven-class sword technique in the middle-aged man's interspatial ring into the devour space. Then, he began to fuse the martial arts. Ding! Fusion failed. After hearing the notification sound, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. As expected, it was not so easy to fuse martial arts. If he had fused two low-grade heaven-class martial arts into a middle-grade martial arts technique on his first try, it would have been a miracle. Next, Yi Xian had a problem in front of him. Should he break through to the 10 dragons power level? At this time, in addition to the treasures in the deep sea, there were many good things in his devour space, such as the corpses of saint beasts, the souls of saint beasts, and elixirs. He estimated that if he devoured all of these, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the 12 dragons power level. However, Yi Xian's words echoed in his ears. 7 days later, the Water Moon sect would hold a martial arts conference, and anyone could participate. The first place of the 9 dragons group would be able to obtain a 10-year-old dragon blood grass. If a martial artist below 10 dragons consumed it, they would be able to increase their strength by 3 dragons. The first place of the 19 dragon group was a stalk of 100-year-old dragon blood grass. Its effects were also quite good. If these 2 items were sold, they would be worth a lot of soul condensation stones, so Yi Xian was very interested in them. Forget it, I'll just stay at the power of 9 dragons for now. Anyway, this thing won't run away. I'll just devour it when I need it. After some thought, Yi Xian decided to participate in this martial arts conference. He was wondering if he could participate in the competition between the 2 groups at the same time. After consuming dragon blood grass for 10 years, he had broken through to 12 dragons. Then, if he consumed these natural treasures, he might be able to reach 14 and 45 dragons. At that time, he might even be able to fight his way into the top 3 of the 19 dragons. However, he decided to take a look first. After all, the 19 dragons group was definitely full of experts. He would take these resources from the deep sea first. With the previous example, he learned his lesson and didn't take them all in one place. Instead, he rode the Wei Zhentian and ran from city to city. It took him 3 days to take all the resources from the deep sea. Then, he asked around for the location of the Water Moon sect and hurried over. A day later, he arrived at the foot of the mountain of the Water Moon sect. The Water Moon sect was similar to the Broken Moon sect. There were 30 dragon experts in the sect. Apart from these 2 sects, there was also a sect called the Silver Moon sect. This martial arts conference was jointly held by the 3 sections. There was still some time before the martial arts conference. Yi Xian entered the Water Moon sect first and received a participant token. Then, he waited outside. In these few days, Yi Xian wasn't idle. He was practicing the Sky Wind Sword style. Hard work paid off. Under the buff of the Sword Saint bloodline, the Sky Wind Sword style was raised to 70%. 70% mastery was not something that an average person could grasp. An average martial artist would need at least a month to learn a heaven-grade martial art, and 70% mastery was something that even a martial artist with superior aptitude would need several years to achieve. The Sword Saint bloodline increased one's perception by 40%. Although it was only 140% of the previous perception, martial arts were sometimes lacking a little bit. Many cultivators were stuck at a certain point when they were practicing martial arts. Once they were stuck, they would be stuck for several years or even decades. But if one's perception increased by 10%, then the martial arts bottleneck that had been stuck for several years would be unblocked. Therefore, this 40% perception allowed Yi Xian to complete the path that others would take several years to complete in a few days. Even a Tian-level movement technique wouldn't be able to block a 70% sword style, not to mention my various bloodlines. Today was the day of the martial arts conference. Yi Xian grinned and walked into the Water Moon sect. "Sir, are you here to participate in the martial arts conference or to observe?" Yi Xian had just passed through the gate of the Water Moon sect when a pleasant voice drifted over. He turned his head and found that the speaker was a young and beautiful girl about 20 years old. "I'm here to participate," Yi Xian said with a smile. "This way, please." The Water Moon sect disciple smiled and pointed to the path to Yi Xian's left. "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded politely and turned to leave. But before he could take a few steps, someone checked his participation token. A few days ago, when he registered for 2 groups. In addition to the 9 Dragons group, he also registered for the 19 Dragons group. Because the 9 Dragons group was held in the morning, and the 19 Dragons group was held in the afternoon, time allowed. After the participation token was checked, Yi Xian was brought to a place where there were already hundreds of cultivators of all kinds. "Your Excellency, please punch this stone tablet." A male disciple of the Water Moon sect pointed to a large stone tablet in front of him. Yi Xian understood that this was to test his strength to prevent a cultivator with a strength higher than 10 dragons from sneaking in. Even if a strength realm cultivator suppressed their strength, the number of dragons would not decrease, so it was impossible to hide. At this time, the surrounding cultivators also turned to look. Then, Yi Xian casually punched, and 9 dragons flew out from his body. It was indeed the strength of 9 dragons. The surrounding cultivators were only surprised for a moment, and then shifted their attention away from Yi Xian's face. After all, there were many experts with the strength of 9 dragons present. The strength of 9 dragons meets the requirements for the competition. "Sir, please do not leave this place, or you will have to be tested again." After the disciple finished speaking, he went to receive the others. More cultivators came in one after another, but when the time came, the Water Moon sect sealed the entrance. Then, someone came up with 2 pots and started drawing lots for everyone. Number 13 of the second group. Chapter 357. The 9 Dragons group. There were over 100 martial artists gathered here. Almost all of them were 7 dragons, 8 dragons, or 9 dragons. There were young people and old people. Therefore, the Water Moon sect divided them into 10 groups. "Everyone, please follow me." Suddenly, an inner disciple of the Water Moon sect jumped out and led everyone away. No one dared to object. After all, every inner disciple of the Water Moon sect had the strength of at least 10 dragons. Most of them had the strength of 13 or 14 dragons. It was more than enough to defeat them. Then, the 150 or so people were led to an arena of the Water Moon sect. There were at least a few hundred people sitting in the stands on 3 sides of the arena. There were many disciples, guardians, and even elders of the Water Moon sect. Everyone, there are 10 small arenas here. Please come to your respective arenas. The disciple of the Water Moon sect said. This was what most people had guessed. They would first fight in groups, then fight with other groups. However, they didn't know how many people would be in each group. Would it be 1 or 3? Yi Xian didn't care. He went straight to the second arena. There were 10 contestants in total in the second arena. They were all older than Yi Xian. In addition, there was an inner disciple of the Water Moon sect on the arena. Alright, I'll explain the rules. First, no killing is allowed. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated. Second, you'll lose if you fall outside the arena. Third, you can forfeit. After the disciple finished speaking, someone asked, "Brother, how many of us can enter the second round?" Hearing that, the disciple stretched out one finger and said, 1. This number also shocked the 14 people present. Only 1 out of 14 people would enter the second round. This competition was extraordinarily fierce. Yi Xian was very calm in the crowd. He had already reserved the first place. No one could take it away from him. Number 1 and number 2 of the second group, get on the arena. The inner disciple shouted. He was the judge. Then, 2 people jumped onto the arena. Both of them had the strength of 9 dragons. Begin. As soon as the inner disciple finished speaking, the 2 people on the stage began to attack. Blade lights and sword shadows swirled in the air. Yi Xian, who was below the arena, looked around. The other arenas had already started their matches, and the spectators on the 3 sides of the stands were also watching in high spirits. Not long after, the victor of the second battle was decided. Although both of them had the power of 9 dragons, number 1 was clearly slightly stronger, so the victor was number 1. The second round, number 3 versus number 4. In this battle, their strengths were not the same. Number 3 had the strength of 8 dragons, while number 4 had the strength of 7 dragons. As expected, number 4 was defeated and number 3 advanced. These people's rhythm was very fast. They could fight 2 rounds in 1 minute. After all, this was not a fight, but a martial arts competition. Within a few minutes, it was Yi Xian's turn. Group 2, number 13 and number 14, please come up. The inner disciple shouted. Finally, it was Yi Xian's turn. Hearing this, Yi Xian jumped onto the arena. His opponent was a young man holding a long sword. He should be a disciple of some aristocratic family. Kid, if you have the strength of 7 or 8 dragons, get out of the arena yourself. As soon as Yi Xian jumped onto the arena, the young man said arrogantly. Unfortunately, I have the strength of 9 dragons. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. You will also get out of the arena. The young man did not care. Begin. The judge did not give the 2 time to bicker and shouted directly. Xiao. The young man did not talk nonsense. He rushed up and aimed his long sword at Yi Xian's throat. Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword and stood on the spot, waiting for his opponent to come closer. Die. The young man's eyes flickered. The long sword in his hand suddenly flashed and turned into 3 afterimages. Insignificant skill, Yi Xian said in his heart. He shifted his feet and then stabbed with the Bahuang sword casually. Rip! The Bahuang sword pierced into the young man's shoulder. Then, he felt a huge impact on his chest, and his entire body was sent flying. Although this young man had the strength of 9 dragons like Yi Xian, don't forget that Yi Xian had a 20% increase in movement speed. Moreover, he had the bloodline of the king of fighters. His attack speed was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The young man was sent flying. He widened his eyes and dragged his feet on the ground. After flying for dozens of meters, he barely managed to stabilize himself. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. This was because Yi Xian had already rushed up. Bang! The young man's chest was hit again. This time, he fell off the arena. Number 13 wins. The judge announced. The young man below the stage glared fiercely at Yi Xian. 5 seconds ago, he'd just spoken ruthlessly and wanted to beat Yi Xian up until he rolled off the stage. But he did not expect that 5 seconds later, he would be the one to roll off the arena. This was a slap in the face. Yi Xian defeated one person and successfully entered the second round of the second group. The second round of the competition was about to begin. However, because there were an odd number of people, one person would get a bye. The 7 people each drew lots, and the one who got a bye was number 1. The competition continued. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn again. This time, his opponent was someone with the strength of 8 dragons. He won easily. After the second round, there were only 4 people left in the second group. All 4 of them had the strength of 9 dragons, and the number was equal. After 2 rounds, the first place of the second group was decided. Unsurprisingly, the first place was Yi Xian. Number 13 of the second group, you have won the first place of the second group. Remember this number now. In the second round of the competition later, you will be number 2. The judge said to Yi Xian. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. The second group's battles ended relatively quickly. The defeated warriors shook their heads helplessly and walked to the spectator stands. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also stood in the arena and sized up the other groups. The other groups' battles were also coming to an end. Almost all of them were experts with the strength of 9 dragons. At this time, his gaze fell on a young man. A 15-year-old with the strength of 9 dragons and a heaven-level movement technique. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This young man was in the last battle of the 10th group. When Yi Xian frowned, the long sword in his hand happened to be pressed against his opponent's throat. Victory. Looks like he's a disciple of some aristocratic family. Yi Xian thought about it and did not pay much attention to it. He understood that the martial arts competition jointly organized by the 3 sects was not to give benefits to others, but to recruit disciples. After all, not all geniuses joined the sections. Some people cultivated in their own families. A few minutes later, the first place of the last group was decided. There were a total of 10 people. Chapter 358. Increasing proficiency, you 10 people, rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll start the second round. Just like that, the 10 people found a place to sit down and began to rest. Yi Xian didn't mind and took out a few pills to recover his qi to its peak. But at this time, Yi Xian suddenly saw a disciple from the Water Moon sect talking to the youth from the 10th group. Could it be that this youth is the descendant of someone from the Water Moon sect? Yi Xian guessed. He remembered that the participants of the martial arts conference couldn't be disciples from the 3 sections. But this wasn't strange. The children of the protectors and elders of the Water Moon sect, Silver Moon sect, and Broken Moon sect didn't have to join the sect. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the other 9 people had more or less recovered. Next, it was time for the main event. Among the 10 people, one of them would receive a 10-year-old dragon blood grass. The second and third place rewards were also very good. Yi Xian slowly stood up because he saw the judge arrive. The judge was also an inner disciple of the Water Moon sect. He looked at the 10 people and took out a pot. This time, Yi Xian's 10 people didn't need to draw lots. Instead, the judge would draw lots. The judge drew 2 lots and said, number 3 against number 7. Then, the 2 people went up the stage. All 10 people had the strength of 9 dragons and were of the same cultivation level, so the battle would be very intense. The spectators in the 3 spectator stands also rubbed their eyes and watched with great interest. Begin. Under the judge's order, the two people on the stage began to fight. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding rang out continuously. The battle was very intense. The 8 people below the stage were also watching carefully because they might encounter these two people. If they watched a bit more and found a flaw, it would be very helpful for the next battle. After about a minute, the first battle was decided. Number 3 won. The second battle, number 1 against number 8. This battle lasted for about a minute, and number 8 won immediately. The third battle, number 4 against number 6. Number 4 won. The fourth match, number 5 versus number 10. Yi Xian paid more attention to this match because this number 10 was the youth who had a heaven-class movement technique. His strength was not bad. There was no doubt that number 10 had won this battle. Next up, it was Yi Xian's number 2 versus number 9. Number 2, number 9, get on stage. The referee shouted. Yi Xian walked into the ring with the Bahuang sword in hand. His opponent was an old man. Although both of them had the strength of 9 dragons, the old man looked to be in his 70s. He had trained for more than 50 years more than Yi Xian, so Yi Xian guessed that the old man's swordsmanship must be very impressive. "Young man, it's your misfortune to have met me," the old man said with a smile. I'll return those words to you word for word," Yi Xian said with a smile. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Since that's the case, let's see who's the real deal. The old man gripped his sword tightly with his withered hand. Begin. The referee's voice sounded, and the two figures in the ring dashed out at almost the same time. Facing such an opponent, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless and immediately used the heavenly wind swordsmanship. However, what surprised him was that the old man was also using the heavenly wind swordsmanship. Oh. Also the heavenly wind swordsmanship. Haha, I'm sorry. The old man laughed. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, then said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Ordinary people, even if they specialized in a heaven-class martial technique, would only be able to reach 100% mastery after a few decades of training." Now, Yi Xian had already cultivated the heavenly wind swordsmanship to 70% mastery. In addition to the King of Fighters bloodline and the 20% increase in movement speed, there was no doubt that he would win this battle. However, he chose to preserve his strength. This was because this old man was a very good training target. The two of them used the same swordsmanship, which was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, many people in the spectator stands were already interested in Yi Xian. They seemed to be using the heavenly wind swordsmanship. That's right, it's the heavenly wind swordsmanship. I'm also practicing this martial technique. However, I'm only at 60% mastery, which is not as good as the two of them. This kid looks young, but his aptitude is not bad. Although he only has the strength of 9 dragons, it seems that his heavenly wind swordsmanship is at least at 70% mastery. 70% mastery is actually able to compete with 90% mastery. This kid's strength is extraordinary. I wonder which clan he's from. A group of people began to discuss. At this moment, in the ring. "Good kid, you actually used me as a training partner. Take this." The old man cursed, and his attacks became even more ferocious. However, Yi Xian was faster than him, and his heavenly wind swordsmanship was only at 20% mastery, so he could not do anything to Yi Xian. Ding! Heavenly wind swordsmanship proficiency increased by 10%, currently at 80% mastery. In less than half a minute, such a notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Hee, it's not bad to have such an opponent as a training partner. Yi Xian said in his heart. He could also see that the old man's heavenly wind swordsmanship was at 90% mastery, and was very skilled. Therefore, he could observe the old man's swordsmanship in battle to make up for his shortcomings. After another minute. Ding! Heavenly Wind swordsmanship proficiency increased by 10%, currently at 90% mastery. The system notification sounded again. Now, Yi Xian's Heavenly Wind swordsmanship was not much different from the old man's Heavenly Wind swordsmanship. However, Yi Xian was still going on. How is this possible? In less than 2 minutes, this kid's swordsmanship has increased by 20%. Is this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The old man was very surprised. He thought that Yi Xian was deliberately hiding his strength, and it was impossible for him to improve in these 2 minutes. Not only did he see it, but even the audience outside the arena was also very surprised. Even for those with high aptitude, it would take at least 10 years to reach 90% mastery of the Sky Wind sword art. Among the disciples of my Water Moon sect, only one person has reached 80% mastery, and he's already over 30 years old. This kid is a genius. An elder of the Water Moon sect said. Originally, he would not be interested in the 9 Dragons group, but his grandson was participating today, so he came to take a look. He did not expect to see Yi Xian. Elder Wu, I've also taken a liking to it. Don't fight with me later. Another Water Moon sect elder laughed. That won't do. It's a fair competition. This battle had already been going on for 5 minutes. In the first 2 minutes, Yi Xian's Heavenly Wind swordsmanship had increased from 70% mastery to 90% mastery. Chapter 359. What plan? Looks like this is the only way. It's time to end this battle. Yi Xian's attacks suddenly intensified as he thought of this. He had gone easy on his opponent just now to see if he could use this opportunity to raise his Heavenly Wind sword technique to 100% mastery. He did not expect that it would not work. The old man could not understand Yi Xian's intentions. He was already feeling some pressure, and now that Yi Xian was going all out, he was hit multiple times in less than 3 rounds. What's wrong with this kid? The old man was very depressed. At this moment, Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, and then stabbed out with his sword. In the next moment, the old man felt a cold sensation on his throat. Yi Xian's Bahuang sword was already at his throat. If this was not an arena, the old man would probably be dead. Number 2 wins. The referee announced. After the old man was defeated, his face turned red. He cupped his fists and said, "This little brother's strength is extraordinary. This old man admires you." They both had the strength of 9 dragons, they both practiced the Heavenly Wind sword technique, and they both had 90% mastery. However, he was defeated by Yi Xian, who was younger than him in his 50s. This meant that he had lived for decades in vain. In this way, Yi Xian entered the top 5. Out of the 5, another person got a bye. Coincidentally, it was number 2 this time. Number 2 was Yi Xian. What a coincidence. My luck is not bad. I got 1 out of 5. After hearing the referee announce the number, Yi Xian could not help but smile. It seemed that he could directly enter the top 3. In the next round, it was number 3 against number 8. The winner was number 8. As for number 4 against number 10 naturally won. Number 2, number 4, and number 10, the 3 of them entered the top 3 of the 9 Dragons group. On the other hand, Yi Xian's luck didn't seem to have run out yet. The empty spot in the top 3 actually landed on his head again. This meant that as long as he won 1 more round, he would be able to obtain the 10-year-old dragon blood grass. This would allow him to break through to the strength of 12 dragons. Number 4 against number 10. The referee shouted again. Yi Xian had also watched this match carefully. Indeed, this young man's identity was extraordinary. Because number 4 had actually held back quite a bit, clearly deliberately going easy on number 10. Number 10 wins. When the referee announced this result, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that this number 10 was already decided by the three sections. He wondered if he would incur the wrath of the three sects if he killed number 10 and took first place. However, Yi Xian wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, there were so many people watching. The three sects wouldn't go back on their word. Rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the finals of the 9 Dragons group will begin. The referee shouted. In order to increase the publicity effect, the finals naturally had to be more intense. Soon, 10 minutes had passed, and the referee walked back to the arena. 9 Dragons Group Finals, number 2 versus number 10, please enter the arena. The referee shouted. Yi Xian had been waiting for a long time. He directly jumped into the arena. Coincidentally, his opponent jumped into the arena from the opposite side. The two of them walked towards each other. I believe both of you understand the rules. The winner of this finals will be the owner of this 10-year-old dragon blood grass. As for the second and third place, there will be no reward, the referee said. Yi Xian nodded in understanding. In the 9 Dragons group, only the first place would be rewarded. In the 19 Dragons group, only the top 3 would be rewarded. The young man in front of him wasn't considered handsome, but his features were distinct. He didn't pay attention to the 10-year-old dragon blood grass in the referee's hand. Instead, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. He frowned slightly and looked at him with a strange expression. At the same time, Yi Xian looked at him quietly. This 10-year-old dragon blood grass was already reserved for him. Therefore, he had to defeat this young man who had a heaven-class movement technique. Although he didn't know what kind of movement technique this young man had learned, he could see that this young man's movement technique was only at 20 to 30%. He couldn't win. Both of you, are you ready? The referee turned to look at the two of them. Yi Xian and the young man nodded slightly, indicating that they were ready. Begin. As soon as the referee finished speaking, he retreated. At the same time, Yi Xian and the young man flew towards each other. This was Yi Xian's first battle with a martial artist younger than him. However, this didn't mean that he would show mercy. However, since this dragon blood grass belonged to the three sects, he naturally had to help the three sects put on a show. The two of them instantly exchanged blows. 2 heaven-class sword techniques began to clash. The young man was naturally using a low-grade heaven-class weapon, and the Bahuang sword's amplification was also increased to the level of a low-grade heaven-class weapon. Therefore, the two of them were evenly matched. However, the eyes of the spectators lit up when they saw this. Although both of them had the power of 9 dragons, they were much stronger than those who had been eliminated previously. This battle was definitely going to be exciting. Although the young man's sword technique was only at 40%, he had a heaven-class movement technique. In addition, Yi Xian was going easy on him, so the two of them fought for 30 rounds. This person is so strong. Where did Grandpa find such an expert? The young man was very surprised. He was the person involved. Naturally, he could tell that Yi Xian wasn't using his full strength. As for him, he was already using all his strength to block. However, as time passed, the young man felt that something was wrong. Hey, my chi is almost depleted. It's about time. The young man said softly as he attacked. About time. When Yi Xian heard this, he was stunned. Then, he reacted. It seemed that the young man thought that he was there to put on a show. Yes, it's about time. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His attack suddenly became more aggressive. What are you doing? Why aren't you following the plan? The young man said softly with widened eyes. Plan? What plan? Yi Xian asked, pretending not to know anything. Didn't my grandpa invite you? The young man suddenly reacted. Who's your grandpa? Yi Xian asked. My grandpa is the third elder of the Water Moon sect. As long as you give me first place, I'll ask Grandpa to give you a 10-year-old dragon blood grass later. The young man was a little greedy for fame and fortune. He wanted to experience the feeling of first place, so he immediately offered a price. Words carry no weight. Little brother, I'm sorry. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. His attacks instantly doubled. With a clang, a long sword flew out. Then, there was a flash of golden light. A long sword was pressed against the young man's throat. The young man's eyes widened. He didn't dare to say anything. Number 10 has been defeated. The champion of the 9 Dragons group is number 2. The judge immediately announced. Yi Xian withdrew his long sword and cupped his fists. Thank you for letting me win. He also understood that this wasn't predetermined. Otherwise, the judge would have a strange expression on his face. The young man was already speechless. He originally thought that Yi Xian was arranged by his grandpa to put on a show with him. He didn't expect that Yi Xian wasn't, and even took away the first place that belonged to him. Chapter 360. Continue participating. This is the reward for the first place of the 9 Dragons group, a 10-year-old dragon blood grass. The judge walked over and handed the item to Yi Xian without hesitation. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the dragon blood grass. Then, he cupped his fist at the 3 spectator stands and left. Everyone present was a little surprised. Not only did Yi Xian win the first place of the 9 Dragons group, but he didn't even reveal his name. Why was he in such a hurry to leave? Was he in a hurry to eat? Sigh, what a pity. This kid doesn't seem to want to join our Water Moon sect. Forget it. The elders on the spectator stands shook their heads helplessly. They didn't want to force it. After all, there were many disciples younger than Yi Xian in the Water Moon sect who had already reached the 12-13 dragon level. After receiving the 10-year-old dragon blood grass, Yi Xian quickly left the Water Moon sect and swallowed it directly. Ding! The host has broken through to the strength of 12 dragons. Even if an ordinary person consumed the dragon blood grass, it would take a while for them to refine it. However, for Yi Xian, this kind of special treasure was effective by swallowing it directly. From the strength of 9 dragons to the strength of 12 dragons in a single thought, no one would believe him if he told them. Yi Xian still had over 1 million soul condensing stones in his yin and yang ring. He immediately swallowed them. Ding! The host has broken through to the strength of 15 dragons. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had miscalculated. He originally thought that he would only be able to break through to the strength of 14 dragons. He didn't expect to break through to the strength of 15 dragons. It was a pleasant surprise. If he were to run normally, his speed would probably be the same as a martial artist with the strength of 18 dragons. This was because he had a 20% movement speed bonus. If I use Beast King's Rampage, I can reach the strength of 20 dragons. It seems that it won't be a problem for me to win the first place of the 19 Dragons group. Yi Xian was calculating in his heart, but he did not dare to be careless. This was because almost everyone in the 19 Dragons group had the power of 19 dragons. There were definitely many people like the old man from before who had mastered a Heaven-tier sword technique to 90% completion. However, in order not to be suspected, Yi Xian changed his appearance. He put on a face-changing mask in the Devouring system and put on a smiley face mask. This way, no one would be able to recognize him. In any case, the martial arts conference was all about the participation token. Moreover, when the time came for the test, he would have 15 dragons of strength and not 9 dragons of strength. No one would think that he was the champion of the 9 Dragons group in the morning. Half a day passed. During this half a day, the Water Moon sect still had quite a few martial artists come as guests. There were even experts with 20 dragons and above. Yi Xian disguised himself and went in again. There weren't many participants in the group of 19 dragons, only 30 or so. When Yi Xian entered, these people just happened to be testing their realms. 17 dragon strength. The strength of 18 dragons. 19 dragon strength. 19 dragon strength. 19 dragon strength. Hearing the shouts of the testing disciple, Yi Xian also felt immense pressure. Sure enough, those who came were all middle-aged or elderly. Moreover, almost all of them had 19 dragon strength. Although they might not be able to use the 100-year-old dragon's blood grass, they could still use it. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Just like in the morning, he punched the stone tablet. 6 flying dragons flew around him, 1 large and 5 small. As soon as he revealed his strength, he attracted quite a few cold and mocking remarks. What a joke! Coming to participate with only 15 dragons of strength. He's really looking for death. He's even wearing a mask to prevent others from recognizing him. He doesn't look very old. Indeed, he's looking for death. Although this tournament doesn't allow killing, there's no rule against maiming. If his arms are chopped off, he'll be crippled in the future. Isn't that good? Who knows, maybe we'll run into this kind of idiot. That's true, ha ha ha. The 2 martial artists close to Yi Xian laughed heartily. Yi Xian remembered these 2 people. One had 17 dragons, and the other had 18 dragons. However, he didn't want to pay attention to these 2 people. He only lowered his voice and muttered coldly, "Idiots. What did you say?" When one of the brawny men heard this, he immediately shot forward and grabbed Yi Xian by the collar. "What, you want to fight here?" Yi Xian sneered. "You think I don't dare?" The brawny man glared at him with a ferocious expression. "If you dare, then do it. If you don't, then let go of me, or else." Yi Xian didn't continue speaking. "Or else what? You're just a piece of trash with 15 dragons of strength. How dare you threaten us?" The other man couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "Or else, I'll cut off all your arms." Yi Xian replied. Ha ha ha. As soon as he said this, the 2 men immediately burst into laughter. Not only that, but the others around them also did the same. A martial artist with 15 dragons of strength threatening to cut off the arms of a martial artist with 18 dragons of strength. What a joke. Stop. At this moment, the disciple on the side stopped them. As the organizer, the Water Moon sect naturally had to maintain the peace of the scene. Consider yourself lucky, kid. You better pray you don't meet me at the convention. Otherwise, not to mention your arms, even your legs and penis will be cut off by me. The brawny man let go of Yi Xian's collar and retreated to the back. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but curl his lips. He didn't even have the guts to make a move, yet he dared to threaten to cut off his penis. He was courting death. It wasn't his first day in the Bloodstone continent. This was a world of the strong. It didn't mean that you were stronger than your opponent just because your cultivation level was higher. In the past, there was someone who killed many experts with 20 to 30 dragons of strength when they were at 10 dragons of strength. Of course, such examples were rare, so most people would think that those with higher cultivation levels were stronger. Soon, the 30 or so people were all tested. This time, there was no need to divide into groups. They directly drew lots to fight. This time, Yi Xian was number 18. Then, the 30 people were brought to the same arena as in the morning. At this time, the arena was already filled with people, twice as many as in the morning. This time, the rules were the same. The first round was to fight according to order. Yi Xian was number 17. The 19-dragon group was much more interesting than the 9-dragon group. These participating martial artists were all of high status. The first round was a battle between two 18 dragons. It could be said that the sky darkened and the earth darkened. Everyone was excited by the fight. 18 dragons were already qualified to hold the position of protector in the Water Moon sect. Yi Xian also watched carefully. Although these two 18 dragons didn't have heaven-level movement techniques, they had practiced their two sword techniques to 70 to 80% completion. If they were careless, they would lose their arms and legs. Chapter 361. Challenging someone of a higher rank. The second match was still between two 18 dragons experts. It was still a fierce battle. However, during the third round, a special situation occurred. Number 5's arm was cut off by number 6. At the same time, number 6 took away his interspatial ring. However, the Water Moon sect did not stop this kind of robbery. As a result, the following matches were even more intense. The spectators felt as if they were on fire. Below the arena, Yi Xian could not help but reveal a devilish smile. Not stopping this kind of robbery was exactly what he wanted, wasn't it? The spectators had already expected the following matches. They would fight to the death for each other's interspatial ring. An interspatial ring was the most important thing besides one's life. Even if one had a good relationship, one could not casually hand over their interspatial ring to another person for safekeeping. After 5 matches, 4 people's interspatial rings were taken away by their opponents. Next, it was Yi Xian's turn. TSK, I wonder who my opponent is. Yi Xian jumped into the arena curiously. It was the same for his opponent. When Yi Xian saw his opponent's face, a murderous look flashed through his eyes. Wasn't this the brawny man who grabbed his collar just now? It's you. The brawny man did not expect his opponent to be Yi Xian. This was too much of a coincidence. Just now, Yi Xian had called him a fool. Now, he could finally take revenge. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking the same thing. His collar was grabbed by the brawny man just now. How could he not take revenge? After all, it was his first time being grabbed by the collar. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, Yi Xian said with a smiley face mask. That's right. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The brawny man nodded in agreement. The referees of the 19 Dragons group were different from the 9 Dragons group. After all, they had to find someone who could control the situation. Therefore, the referees this time were elders. The elders of the Water Moon sect had at least 20 dragon power. Their combat strength was not bad. When the old man saw that the two of them had a grudge against each other, he didn't ask any more questions and directly said, "If the two of you are ready, then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly retreated. At the same time, Yi Xian and the brawny man also made their move. I said that I would cut off your arms. Now that I've met you, it'll save me the trouble of finding you after the match. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he immediately executed the Sky Wind Sword technique. This burly man had 17 dragons of strength, while Yi Xian only had 15 dragons of strength. However, the latter had a 20% increase in movement speed, so in terms of speed, Yi Xian had the upper hand. However, Yi Xian purposely showed weakness at the start of the fight and went easy on the brawny man. You dare to threaten to cripple me with just this little bit of weight. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since that's the case, then you can just die. The brawny man wielded a heavy long sword and wildly attacked Yi Xian. Every strike was aimed at Yi Xian's vital points. Although one couldn't kill in the arena, accidents were inevitable. Furthermore, the brawny man wasn't a disciple of the Water Moon sect. Even if he killed Yi Xian, he probably wouldn't be punished. Moreover, attacking a vital point was the best way to expose the opponent's weakness. This was a principle that everyone understood. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The Bawang's sword in Yi Xian's hand was suddenly knocked away. The brawny man's eyes lit up. He shot forward like an arrow and was determined to cut off Yi Xian's left hand. This was because Yi Xian wore an interspatial ring on his left index finger. Ha! Yi Xian's expression changed under his smiling mask. He didn't panic. After all, this was intentional. The brawny man swept his long sword, and an arm flew into the air. However, to everyone's surprise, what they expected didn't happen. Yi Xian's arm wasn't cut off. The arm that flew into the air actually belonged to the brawny man in front of Yi Xian. What? The brawny man felt pain in his left arm. When he looked down, he discovered that his entire forearm was gone. The cut was clean, and blood had just spurted out. Then, a silver light flashed in front of his eyes. In the next moment, even his right arm was thrown into the air. I'll leave you with a pair of legs. Get off the arena yourself. Yi Xian calmly caught half of the brawny man's forearm, then gently removed the interspatial ring from his finger. When he touched the interspatial ring, he had already emptied its contents into his devouring space. The brawny man was in so much pain that his veins popped out. How was he going to live after his arms were cut off? Was he going to rely on his legs alone? He'd probably need help even going to the toilet. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Another man with 18 dragons immediately jumped into the arena when he saw his companion end up like this. How dare you! At this moment, the referee also took a big stride forward and blocked his path. An 18 dragons was really nothing in front of a 20 dragons water moon sect elder. The man stopped in his tracks, not daring to move forward. The water moon sect elder snorted softly, then announced, "Number 18 wins." The brawny man's arms were cut off by Yi Xian, which was beyond everyone's expectations. The surrounding spectators watched as the brawny man was carried off the arena and treated. Losing his interspatial ring wasn't a big deal, but losing his arms was a big deal. Fortunately, this level of healing medicine had the effect of reattaching broken arms. As long as the brawny man's arms could be reattached, everything would be fine. However, the brawny man couldn't stand the humiliation. As he was being carried off, he continued to curse Yi Xian loudly. Idiot! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then walked off the arena and began to look at the items he got from the brawny man. Some people who lived on the edge of the blade all had their own little stash, so they wouldn't carry the good stuff with them. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't get much this time, only worth 20,000 condensing soul stones. He directly devoured them to increase his strength. When the time came, he could use Beast King's Rampage to increase his strength. After all, he wasn't 100% sure that he would win first place in the group of 19 dragons. This battle fell into everyone's eyes. Other than the spectators, even the contestants were surprised. Even they couldn't see through the method Yi Xian used to cut off the brawny man's arms. What kind of martial art is that? He can control 8 blades to float in the air. If all 8 blades were used at the same time, the brawny man's head would have been cut off. That long sword is also a heaven weapon, but it looks like it was specially made by a heaven-ranked blacksmith. This person's identity is probably not ordinary. Let's not talk about that first. 15 dragons of strength defeated 17 dragons of strength. If this person grows up, his combat strength will be extraordinary. These contestants were all looking at each other and talking, even though many of them had never seen each other before today. Chapter 362. Another victory. In these people's estimations, Yi Xian might already be able to fight against an 18 dragon martial artist. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to become the number 1 expert. Not only that, but even the Water Moon sect elder in the arena felt that something was off. He felt like he had seen that long sword somewhere before. Next, number 19 against number 20. The elder continued to shout, continuing the next round. Yi Xian noticed his gaze and immediately reacted. His Ba Wang sword seemed to have been exposed. But it didn't matter. After all, the young man who won first place in the 9 Dragons group had already left. Who would pay attention to his weapon? The competition was still going on. There were a total of 36 people in the 19 Dragons group, so there were 18 rounds. The burly man's companion was number 26, and his opponent happened to be a 17 Dragons of Strength martial artist. After the previous scene, he vented his anger on his opponent. His opponent's arms and legs were all chopped off, and he came alone. There wasn't even anyone to collect his corpse. The Water Moon sect couldn't stand it anymore and sent a disciple to treat him and reattach his arms and legs. The first round ended. Apart from Yi Xian, who had 15 Dragons of Strength, the other 17 people had 18 Dragons of Strength and 19 Dragons of Strength. However, these people didn't dare to be careless. If Yi Xian commanded 8 blades and attacked with a long sword, even a 19 Dragons expert might be at a disadvantage. The 18 people in the first round advanced. Next, the Water Moon sect let them rest for a while. Those who needed to recover their qi did so, and those who needed to be treated were treated. During the 10 minutes of rest, the burly man and the burly man stared at Yi Xian as if they wanted to eat him alive. Yi Xian also noticed the gazes of the two of them that seemed to want to eat someone, but he couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. He just quietly sat there with his eyes closed to rest. 10 minutes later, the second round began. This time, it was the same as the 9 Dragons group, with the judges drawing lots. Yi Xian still sat there, waiting quietly. He would wait until it was his turn. Many people were injured in the first round, but the second round was still very intense. This time, Yi Xian was drawn for the third time. Number 18, number 26. When the white-bearded elder from the Water Moon sect read out the 2 numbers, everyone's eyes lit up. On the 18th, it was Yi Xian. Number 26 was the companion of the brawny man whose arms had been cut off by Yi Xian. This was an interesting battle. Is it luck, or? Yi Xian glanced at the Water Moon sect elder, then stood up and jumped onto the stage. That man had the strength of 18 dragons. Among the remaining contestants, his strength was not considered too strong, so Yi Xian did not feel any pressure. The man had already jumped onto the stage. He held a blood-stained sword in his hand as he stared at Yi Xian. "Brat, I will make you pay the price," the man said fiercely. "Let's see if you have the ability." Yi Xian replied coldly. "Let's begin." The Water Moon sect elder shouted from the side. Before he could finish speaking, the man rushed up with his sword. His sword flashed as he attacked Yi Xian. He had the strength of 18 dragons, while Yi Xian only had the strength of 15 dragons. Moreover, the 8 barren wind formation had already been exposed. If he used it directly, it would not have much effect. Moreover, Yi Xian had a 20% increase in movement speed and a 30% increase in attack speed. Therefore, he preferred to fight with his sword. Sky Wind Sword Technique. When the man approached, Yi Xian immediately used the sky-level martial art that he was most proud of. The Sky Wind Sword Technique had just been used, and it blocked all of the man's attacks. The man's sword technique was only at 70%, while Yi Xian's Sky Wind Sword Technique was at 90%. Due to the difference in cultivation level, the gap between the two was not large. This brat is also using the Sky Wind Sword Technique at 90%. When did the Sky Wind Sword Technique become so popular? After seeing Yi Xian's sword technique, the Water Moon sect elder was very surprised. This was because there were 2 martial artists who had mastered the Sky Wind Sword Technique to 90% in the morning. At this moment, Yi Xian was already fighting with the man. The sound of metal clashing continued. The battle was very intense. You do have some skills, but you dare to cut off my brother's arms. You deserve to die. The man's eyes flickered. He took out another heaven weapon and attacked with both swords. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect the man's sword technique to be so strange. He was actually using two swords. However, he could see that the man had changed his sword technique. It seemed that this was his trump card. The man was holding two heaven weapons. This made Yi Xian feel a little pressured, but he did not take it to heart. You can use two weapons, but I can't. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The Ba Wang's sword suddenly shattered, turning into 8 sharp blades that attacked. At the same time, a new heaven weapon longsword appeared in his right hand. The man definitely recognized this longsword. After all, this heaven weapon was the one his brother used. However, he did not have time to care about this now, because the 8 sharp blades were already attacking. Not only that, Yi Xian also rushed forward and attacked. Now, the man's face had sunk to the bottom. The killing formation of the 8 barren wind was extremely difficult to deal with. If it was just the killing formation of the 8 barren wind alone, the man could handle it. However, there was also Yi Xian. Even if he had 2 weapons, he would not be able to handle 2 simultaneous attacks. Clang! 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 In less than 3 rounds, the man was defeated. Rip! With a crisp sound, the man's arms were separated from his body at the same time, cut off by 2 sharp blades. At the same time, the 6 sharp blades pierced into the man's legs, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. The killing formation of the 8 barren wind on one hand, and the heavenly wind sword on the other, this was what Yi Xian was relying on. When he was still a divine core warrior, he was still unable to multitask, but he had finally succeeded some time ago. The man knelt down on the ground as he stared at Yi Xian in disbelief. The muscular man had the strength of 17 dragons' force, while he had the strength of 18 dragons' force. His overall strength was at least twice that of the muscular man. He never expected that he would still be defeated by Yi Xian, who had the strength of 15 dragons' force. Yo, you have quite a lot of things in your storage ring, thank you very much. Yi Xian took off the man's storage ring. At the same time, a Water Moon sect elder announced loudly, "Number 18 wins." Hearing this, Yi Xian slowly turned around and walked down from the arena. The man was still kneeling on the ground, unable to believe what had just happened. After that, 2 Water Moon sect disciples walked up to him and healed him. Chapter 363. 1 against 2. However, Yi Xian's strength was enough to make the other contestants fearful. They were wondering if they could deal with the attacks of the 8 blades while dealing with Yi Xian's 90% mastery of the heavenly wind sword technique. The competition continued. After the brawny man and the man were both defeated, they also left. No one knew where they went. Soon, the second round was over, and 9 people advanced. However, the third round's rules were out of everyone's expectations. The third round's rules have changed. 3 people will enter the ring together, and 1 person will advance. When the Water Moon sect's elder finished speaking, everyone was shocked. 3 people entering the ring together. Yi Xian, who was resting with his eyes closed, could not help but open his eyes. 3 to 1, this was a little tricky. This time, the rules are a little different. You have to knock 2 opponents out of the ring to win. The Water Moon sect's elder explained. The remaining 9 people's faces were gloomy. This meant that only 3 people could advance in this round. The Water Moon sect's elder did not waste time. He directly began to draw lots and read out 3 numbers. After being stunned for a moment, the 3 martial artists jumped onto the stage and spread out to form a tripartite balance of forces. Begin. The Water Moon sect's elder shouted. This time, the three of them stood in fear and did not move at all. Seeing this, the Water Moon sect's white-bearded elder added, "The time limit is 5 minutes. If there is no winner, all three of them will be eliminated." The three people in the ring trembled. One of them gritted his teeth and directly attacked the person on his left. When the person on his right saw this, he also charged at the same person with his sword. Although they did not speak, they reached an agreement. They would first send the third person out of the ring, and then they would decide the winner. Not good. The third cultivator's face changed. He did not expect to be a thorn in their eyes. This time, he had to fight with his life. In an instant, the two people rushed in front of him and attacked together. The third cultivator only resisted for a few rounds before he was heavily injured by one of them. Then, he was kicked out of the ring. The three of them all had 19 dragons of strength, and if two of them worked together to fight against the third person would not be able to escape defeat. However, when the third person was sent flying, the two cultivators attacked him again. The third round of the three-person competition was actually similar to the second round. As long as they worked together to invite one person out of the arena, then it would be a one-on-one competition. In a one-on-one situation, the winner was usually decided within a minute. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, one person won and entered the top 3. In the second round, they did not draw Yi Xian. However, just as the Water Moon sect elder called out the 3 numbers, Yi Xian's 2 opponents actually gathered together and looked in his direction. Yi Xian immediately understood the other party's intentions. He thought to himself, "Motherf asterisk Kerr, they want to team up and kick me out of the arena. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being heartless." As he pondered, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. The second match was the same as the previous one. 2 of them reached a consensus to invite the third person out, and then they would fight one-on-one. Soon, the second round was also over. In that case, there was naturally no need to draw lots for the final round. It was Yi Xian's group of 3. "You 3, get on the arena as well," the Water Moon sect elder called out again. At this moment, the audience was also excited. This was because they all knew that this round was actually 2 against 1, and Yi Xian was that one. They wondered if Yi Xian would be able to withstand the combined attacks of the 2 of them. Yi Xian jumped onto the arena. He was already prepared to be attacked by the 2 of them. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The cultivator on Yi Xian's left sneered, while the person on his right also had a half-smile on his face. Both of them had 19 dragons of strength, which was a full 4 dragons of strength higher than Yi Xian. However, there was a reason why they decided to eliminate Yi Xian first. First, Yi Xian wasn't injured, while the 2 of them were probably only at 70% of their original condition due to the previous battle. Second, they weren't confident that they could face Yi Xian's double attack alone. In fact, Yi Xian's advantage grew as the competition progressed. This was because he was always in peak condition. Thus, victory was already in sight for him in this round. He didn't care about these 2 crippled soldiers with 19 dragons of strength. "Let's begin." The Water Moon sect elder called out and retreated to the side. As his voice fell, the 2 of them looked at each other, then charged toward Yi Xian with swords in hand. "Ha ha." Yi Xian cracked a smile. His aura instantly soared, and 4 more of the 6 flying dragons suddenly appeared. Beast King Rampage. Yi Xian was now at the same level as the other 2, with 19 dragons of strength. Of course, this was only his strength. His true Qi realm was still at 15 dragons of strength. However, this was more than enough. With 19 dragons of strength, his speed had already surpassed that of 23 dragons of strength. He didn't need to use the slaughter array of 8 barren winds to deal with these 2. Kill. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. He immediately condensed the Dragon Slayer's sword and charged forward. So fast. After witnessing Yi Xian's speed, the two of them finally understood what kind of enemy they'd provoked. Just as one of them was about to retreat, Yi Xian was already in front of him. Not good. The man's expression changed drastically. He stabbed his sword at the charging Yi Xian, but it hit an afterimage. Whoosh! Yi Xian swung the Dragon Slayer's sword, and one of his opponent's arms was thrown into the air. Then, a cold light flashed, and his opponent's thigh was easily cut off. Losing his balance, he was cut by Yi Xian's sword. Now, both of his arms were cut off. Yi Xian quickly removed his opponent's universe ring, then kicked him out of the arena. This scene happened too quickly. There wasn't much blood on the ground because it was too fast for everyone to react. Only the elder from the Water Moon sect clearly saw Yi Xian's skills. While the miserable man was still flying in the air, Yi Xian quickly swept in front of the second person and used the same method to cripple his opponent. Plop! Plop! A few muffled sounds came from outside the arena. The two people's bodies and broken limbs fell outside the arena. Number 18 wins. The elder from the Water Moon sect was stunned for a second, then immediately announced. In the previous 2 rounds, one person was first eliminated, then 2 people would fight one-on-one. However, in this round, Yi Xian defeated 2 people by himself, and he even won. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3 spectator stands were in an uproar. Who is this person wearing the smiley face mask? How can he be so powerful? I've never heard of this person. He can actually suddenly increase his strength by 4 dragon powers. This is simply a divine skill. This martial art definitely has side effects. After a while, his strength will definitely decrease. But there's still a final round. Maybe the 3 of them will go up together. Then, his strength will still be at 19 dragon powers. Let's see how the Water Moon sect sets the rules. Chapter 364. First place. After defeating the 2 of them, Yi Xian did not leave the arena. Instead, he turned to look at the Water Moon sect elder, who was also the referee. Next up is the finals. The other 2, please come to the arena. The elder of the Water Moon sect shouted. What? 3 of them. The victors of the first and second matches looked at each other. Immediately, the former shouted, "Can you give us some time to recover?" As soon as he said that, someone immediately cursed out loud. Giving them some time to recover. Wasn't that just stalling? As long as the time passed, Yi Xian's strength would decrease. Moreover, there might be side effects. He might not be as strong as before. In that case, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone's attention was on the Water Moon sect elder. Now, it was up to the Water Moon sect to decide. Begin immediately. If you don't come to the arena in 3 seconds, it will be considered as a forfeit. The Water Moon sect elder said coldly. If you don't come to the arena in 3 seconds, it will be considered as a forfeit. When the 2 of them heard that, they swallowed hard and jumped onto the arena. Before they went up, they came up with a plan in their hearts. Stall. Yi Xian was too strong. Even if they were at their peak, they might not be able to fight him. Therefore, they could only choose to stall for time. However, could they do it? Begin. The Water Moon sect elder, who was acting as the referee, shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's 2 opponents flashed. However, they did not run toward Yi Xian. Instead, they gathered together and glared at Yi Xian. Do you think you'll be fine just because you 2 are together? Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He summoned the Dragon Slayer's sword and suddenly rushed forward. The 2 of them had gloomy expressions and widened their eyes. Yi Xian was too fast. By the time they reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of them. After so many elimination rounds, the two of them had exhausted a lot of their stamina and true qi. Moreover, they were injured, so they were probably only at 70% of their strength. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was at the peak. Thus, this battle had no suspense at all. 2 seconds after Yi Xian arrived in front of the two of them were kicked out of the arena. As for their spatial rings, they fell into Yi Xian's hands. The battle only lasted for 2 seconds. Originally, the audience thought that this would be an intense battle, but they didn't expect the gap between them to be so obvious. A martial artist with 15 dragons of strength had crippled 2 martial artists with 19 dragons of strength in 2 seconds. This was simply inconceivable. Number 10 to 18 wins. The elder of the Water Moon sect came to his senses and announced loudly. Yi Xian was the champion of this martial arts conference. That 100-year-old dragon blood grass belonged to him. This person really has 15 dragon strength. Isn't this strength too fake? It's true. Before the penultimate battle, he had always been at 15 dragon strength. I wonder how old he is. If he is young, the 3 sects will definitely not let go of such a genius. You're thinking too much. I'm afraid he's over 60 years old. The onlookers were all discussing, including the higher-ups of the 3 sections. They were also interested in Yi Xian's age. After all, who would wear a smiley face mask for no reason? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and said, "Senior, can you give me my reward?" The elder of the Water Moon sect was startled when he heard this. Then, he took out a 100-year-old dragon blood grass from his interspatial ring. "Thank you, Senior. Farewell." Yi Xian took the dragon blood grass and put it into the devouring space. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Please wait a moment, sir." The white-bearded elder stopped Yi Xian and said, "Sir, you don't have to leave in such a hurry. You are very safe in the Water Moon sect. The Water Moon sect is inviting you. If you agree, you can immediately become a protector of the Water Moon sect." This, Yi Xian hesitated, then shook his head and said, "I have other things to do now. Let me think about it. I will be back." His words sounded reasonable, but he had no intention of joining the Water Moon sect at all. He just didn't want the Water Moon sect to bother him. Come back. What a joke. Leaving now was the best plan. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left quickly without waiting for the white-bearded elder's reply. However, at the same time as he left, many people followed him. Obviously, these people were interested in his dragon blood grass. Although his strength had shocked these people, they all guessed that he would be weakened for a while. This person doesn't look like a stupid person. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Is he afraid that the Water Moon sect will harm him? The white-bearded elder was very confused. He then handed the second and third prizes to 2 disciples and followed him. After Yi Xian won the first place of the group of 19 dragons, he quickly left the Water Moon sect. During this time, he also devoured the 100-year-old dragon blood grass. Ding! The host has broken through to 18 dragon strength. This 100-year-old dragon blood grass actually increased his strength by 3 dragon strength. It's good stuff indeed. Again. Yi Xian said in his heart, then devoured all the things he obtained from the other competitors. Ding! The host has broken through to 19 dragon strength. The 2 consecutive notifications caused his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. The duration of Beast King Rampage had already passed, but now he had broken through to 19 dragon strength. What he planned to do next was to kill those martial artists who were chasing after him. These people all had their eyes on him. They deserved to die. After leaving the Water Moon sect, Yi Xian turned his head to take a look and discovered that there were at least a few dozen people chasing after him. Among them were the participants from before, as well as some spectators. Among them, there were even experts with over 20 dragon strength. These people were indeed targeting Yi Xian, but they didn't know that Yi Xian's Beast King rampage had no side effects. If they dared to make a move, they would be pushing themselves to the gates of hell. Yi Xian's pace was not fast. Even a martial artist with 15 dragon strength could catch up to him. Taking advantage of the noontime, he rode Wei Zhentian to explore the terrain. There was a small valley dozens of miles away from the Water Moon sect. It was very suitable for him. However, the people behind him couldn't wait that long. Attack! Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, 4 figures rushed out. Although Yi Xian only had 1 dragon blood grass on him, he'd seized quite a few people's universe rings during the martial arts competition. Moreover, human nature was greedy. Some of the people behind him weren't targeting him, but other people. "You're finally here." Yi Xian smiled coldly and summoned the Bahuang sword. A great battle was about to begin. At the same time that the 4 of them were charging towards him, a battle suddenly broke out within that group of people. Chapter 365. Kill. 2 of the 4 martial artists had 19 dragons of strength, while the other 2 had 18 dragons of strength. If the 4 of them worked together, they could even fight 20 or 21 dragons of strength. Unfortunately, their opponent was Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't need to use Beast King Rampage again to deal with people of this level. Die, brat! The 4 of them rushed in front of Yi Xian and attacked together. But in the next moment, their expressions froze. They realized that there were still 10 dragons flying around Yi Xian, 1 big one and 9 small ones. 19 dragons of strength. How is this possible? The effect is still there. The 4 of them looked grim. But since they had already attacked, there was no way they could stop. Kill. Hee hee. Yi Xian smiled calmly under his mask. He didn't dare to kill in Water Moon sect, but he didn't need to show mercy outside. Dragon-slaying sword of desolation. The 3-meter-long sword appeared. With a wave of Yi Xian's hand, 2 heads flew into the air. The cold light swept again, and the heads of the other 2 flew into the air as well. In 1 second, he killed 4 people in a row. Yi Xian skillfully put away the 4 people's interspatial rings, devoured the items inside, and then charged back. What? Those 4 were killed in an instant. Some people noticed Yi Xian charging back and couldn't help but be stunned. All of a sudden, an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. However, riches were found in danger. Kill. These people didn't pay much attention to him. They joined forces with their companions and attacked the nearest person. There were more than 50 people following them. In an instant, 10 of them were killed, and the number was still decreasing. The elders of the 3 sects were also stunned. They had already expected this situation. And the main culprit behind this chaotic battle was Yi Xian with the smiley mask. Seeing Yi Xian charge into the crowd and kill in all directions, the elders finally understood why Yi Xian didn't stay in Water Moon sect to seek protection. It turned out that he had the same idea. You dare to covet my belongings. You deserve to die. Yi Xian's killing intent was obvious. The Bahuang sword suddenly broke apart and began to attack the people around it. At the same time, he also held a heaven artifact in his hand and killed anyone he saw. In less than 10 seconds, there were only a dozen or so people left out of the 50. This time, there were 21 dragons experts among the people who had followed them. However, Yi Xian's speed was enough to keep up with both of them. The remaining people had all obtained great wealth and fled at the first opportunity. Yi Xian and the other 2 did not give chase. At this moment, they were standing in a triangle formation. The ground was littered with corpses. The entire area had been dyed red, and the smell of blood was extremely pungent. Brat, you're not leaving? A one-eyed old man asked coldly. Why should we leave? Yi Xian replied with a smile. Do you think that a martial artist who can kill 19 dragons can fight against us? The one-eyed old man asked again. You? Yi Xian frowned under his mask. It seemed that these two 21 dragons experts were together. If it were before, he would have turned around and left immediately. However, now that he had broken through to 19 dragon strength, what reason did he have to be afraid? Brat, you better obediently hand over the martial art that increases your strength. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death, the other long-haired middle-aged man said. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned. As expected, these two people were eyeing his Beast King rampage. Only those with the Beast King bloodline could use Beast King rampage. Although he could condense a Beast King bloodline seed now, would he be stupid enough to give it to these two strangers who wanted to kill him? A top-grade bloodline would naturally be left for his friends and family. When necessary, he would pay a good price to quickly increase his strength. However, he would not take it out so quickly. After all, every top-grade bloodline was very precious, and there was only one seed of each bloodline. Why, are you unwilling? The one-eyed old man asked. You can have it, but you have to step over my dead body. Yi Xian shook his head. Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the one-eyed old man looked at each other. They had asked Yi Xian for it because they were afraid that Yi Xian did not have it in his interspatial ring. If they killed Yi Xian, they might not be able to get it. However, since Yi Xian was so blind, they did not mind killing him. In that case, we won't hold back. The one-eyed old man shouted coldly and rushed toward Yi Xian with his sword in hand. The middle-aged man did the same. Good timing. Yi Xian roared and met them head-on. At 15 dragons, he was qualified to fight a 19-dragon martial artist. Now that he had 19 dragon strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with two 21 dragons? However, Yi Xian did not expect that these two martial artists were not ordinary people. Their speed was very fast. Heaven-class movement technique. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The middle-aged man was slightly faster than him, but the old man was much faster, at least 20% faster. Just now, in order to win first place, he had used Beast King Rampage and consumed a large number of corpses. This time, however, he did not want to use it. If he used Beast King Rampage when facing difficulties, how could he play in the future? Clang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously. This time, Yi Xian did not use the 8 Baron Wind formation. Instead, he chose to fight head-on. If it was only one person, Yi Xian could use 2 attacks to kill him. Unfortunately, there were 2 opponents. If he split the 8 Baron sword to deal with one person, it would be better to use the dragon-slaying sword to deal with both of them. Back in the Water Moon sect, Yi Xian had fought a 19 dragon strength expert alone. Now, however, he was facing 2 21 dragon martial artists who had heaven-class movement techniques. This scene also stunned the experts of the 3 sects who had followed them. Wasn't this strength a little too ridiculous? Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out continuously in the battle circle. Yi Xian fought 2 21 dragon martial artists alone. The battle was very intense. Fortunately, the heaven-class movement techniques that the 2 of them had learned were not very advanced. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been defeated. These 2 people's sword techniques are around 80%. If it were 90%, I would have to use Beast King Rampage. Yi Xian thought as he fought. At the same time, the reason why he had not been defeated yet was not only because of the 20% increase in movement speed, but also because of the 8 Baron sword. The 8 Baron sword became stronger when facing a strong opponent. Yi Xian used the 8 Baron's sword with 19 dragon strength. The increase was much greater than the heaven-class weapons in the hands of these two people. It almost made up for the difference of 2 dragon strength. The 3 figures kept running and attacking, causing the ground to crack. This battle lasted for a full 3 minutes. It seems that if I don't use Beast King Rampage, it will be very difficult to kill them. Chapter 366. 100% Mastery. Yi Xian had already used Beast King's Rampage a few times. If he used it again, he would have to use up 100 sacred beast corpses with 10 dragons of strength each. That was a huge number. He did not know if he would need 100 sacred beast corpses with 20 dragons of strength each time he used Beast King's Rampage. He would save as much as he could. But now, it seemed like he had no other choice. If he did not kill these 2 people, he would not be able to leave. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Although it was a pity to waste one Beast King's Rampage, one should not forget that these 2 people might have heaven-level movement techniques. Switch. Yi Xian widened his eyes and prepared to use Beast King's Rampage. With 19 dragons of strength, if he used Beast King's Rampage, his strength would increase to 25 dragons. He would definitely be able to kill the 2 people in front of him. However, at this moment, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. Ding! The proficiency of the Heavenly Wind Sword technique has increased by 10%. It is currently at 100% mastery. Its power has doubled. When he heard this notification, Yi Xian's expression froze. 100% mastery. Its power doubled. Haha, the heavens are helping me. Yi Xian suddenly roared, and his attacks instantly doubled. What? The one-eyed elder and the middle-aged man were shocked. Originally, they were evenly matched with Yi Xian, but now, Yi Xian's attacks suddenly became much stronger. 100% mastery. This person's Heavenly Wind Sword technique has already reached 100% mastery. Someone in the Water Moon sect camp exclaimed. What, 100% mastery? When this was said, the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The Heavenly Wind Sword technique was actually created by an expert from the Water Moon sect hundreds of years ago. After he created this martial art, he spent a few decades perfecting it. He was the first person to master the Heavenly Wind Sword technique to 100% mastery. However, after him, no one else was able to master this martial art to 100% mastery. Not a single one. If a martial art was trained to 100% mastery, its power would be greatly increased. None of the people present had practiced a single martial art to 100% mastery. From this, one could see how difficult it was. And now, it had actually appeared. Die, you 2 old thieves. Yi Xian's arrogance surged as he chased after the one-eyed old man and the middle-aged man. Twice the power, in addition to the 40% increase in sword skill power from the Sword Saint's bloodline, caused Yi Xian to become more and more courageous as he fought. The 2 of them were already thinking of retreating. They understood that the current Yi Xian was no longer someone that the 2 of them could fight together. Go! The one-eyed old man growled. What a joke. You think you can come and go as you please? Yi Xian sneered. Holding the dragon-slaying sword with both hands, he slashed at the 2 of them. Dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. Not good. The one-eyed old man reacted quickly and leaped away. Swish! A cold light flashed and instantly swept past the middle-aged man's body, splitting him in half. This move was Yi Xian's trump card. It was extremely powerful and was waiting for the moment when the opponent was escaping to take them by surprise. Seeing the middle-aged man fall, the one-eyed old man couldn't help but gulp and retreat at full speed. Yi Xian swallowed a few pills and quickly followed. Just now, they were able to fight evenly with Yi Xian when it was 2 against 1. Now that it was 1 against 1, the one-eyed old man wouldn't survive for long. 3 seconds later. No, the one-eyed old man hauled at the sky. Immediately after, he felt a cold sensation in his throat as Yi Xian cut off his head. 2 experts with 21 dragons of strength had died at the hands of Yi Xian. This strength was enough to intimidate the experts of the 3 sects who followed them. Should we make a move? An elder of the Silver Moon sect asked in a low voice. Don't do that. This person is strong and must have a strong background. We can't risk making an enemy out of him. An elder immediately said. At this moment, there were more than 10 experts of the 3 sects here. Each of them had more than 20 dragons of strength. However, they were wary of Yi Xian's strength. After killing the one-eyed old man, Yi Xian glanced at the elders. Then, he took the interspatial rings of the 2 corpses and disappeared in front of the crowd. After leaving, Yi Xian summoned Wei Zhentian and found a quiet place on top of a mountain. Ding! The host has broken through to 20 dragons of strength. There were many good things in the interspatial rings of the one-eyed old man and the middle-aged man. Yi Xian directly swallowed them and successfully broke through to 20 dragons of strength. As for the other things in the interspatial rings, naturally, Yi Xian was looking for a heaven-class body movement technique. Moreover, both of them had learned the same body movement technique. Ding! The host has learned the heaven-shattering body movement technique. The current level is 10%. It was undeniable that Yi Xian had struck gold this time. The heaven-shattering body movement technique was the best of the low-class heaven-class martial arts. The only drawback was that it would damage the meridians of the feet and required the use of expensive elixirs regularly. However, it was a perfect match for Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the 1,000 flowers. The heavenly wind sword technique has the bloodline of the sword saint, so it's very fast to cultivate. I'm afraid I'll have to work harder on the heaven-shattering body movement technique. Yi Xian muttered. At this moment, the rock spirit suddenly jumped onto his leg and waved its 2 matchstick-sized arms. You want those heaven-class weapons? Okay, I'll give them all to you. Yi Xian nodded and poured out a large number of heaven-class weapons. There were more than 50 of them. If these heaven-class weapons were sold, they could be used to buy 2 heaven-class martial arts. However, if these were all given to Wei Zhentian, it should be able to increase his strength to the level of 20 dragons. This time, apart from these gains, Yi Xian also had quite a number of heaven-class martial arts. He stored these martial arts into the engulfing system one by one and then proceeded with martial arts fusion. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. A series of notifications rang out. Yi Xian's expression became more and more helpless. He had failed to fuse a total of 10 heaven-class martial arts. Although he could still learn the martial arts that had failed, Yi Xian had already mastered the heavenly wind sword technique to 100%, so there was no need for him to do so. In the following days, he practiced the heaven-shattering body movement technique. With his aptitude, he was able to cultivate the heaven-shattering body movement technique to 40% completion. At this time, 7 days had passed since the end of the martial arts conference. 40% completion of the heaven-class body movement technique has at least doubled my strength. With my strength of 20 dragons, I'm afraid that I can fight against an expert of 27 or 28 dragons. If I use Beast King's Rage, I can even kill 30 dragons. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. Chapter 367. Silver Moon Thief. Today, Yi Xian wanted to go to a city to get some materials and refine heavenly artifacts and medicinal pills. He rode on Wei Zhentian and arrived at the largest city in the vicinity. It was already dark. However, just as he was about to land in the city, a group of people rushed out. Quick, catch him, don't let him get away. How dare he steal from the Silver Moon clan, he's courting death. This batch of goods is very valuable, we must get it back. Silver Moon Thief, don't even think about leaving. The city below was noisy and roaring. Yi Xian, who was riding on Wei Zhentian, heard everything clearly. Silver Moon Thief. After hearing this name, Yi Xian's body trembled. He had heard of this Silver Moon Thief before. This was the person who had formed a group of thieves called the Silver Moon Group. They specialized in stealing from the Silver Moon Clan, the Water Moon Clan, and the Broken Moon Clan. It was because of this Silver Moon Thief that he was misunderstood and chased by the manager of the Broken Moon Clan. This Silver Moon Thief is the leader of the Silver Moon Group. I've heard that he's very skilled in movement techniques and can come and go like the wind. Even experts with 30 dragon strength couldn't catch up to him. Why is he being chased by a group of people with over 10 dragon strength? Yi Xian thought to himself in surprise. Go, everyone go. This Silver Moon Thief was heavily injured by the clan leader a few days ago. He's only at 30% of his strength at most. Whoever kills him will be rewarded greatly. A manager of the Silver Moon Clan yelled. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood that the Silver Moon Thief was heavily injured. At this moment, he was also interested in this Silver Moon Thief. A Silver Moon Thief who had stolen a large amount of treasures from the 3 clans must be very rich. In this world, the strong were respected. Killing people and stealing treasures was common. Therefore, he was wondering if he should attack directly. However, considering that this place was close to a city, he decided to wait first. Silver Moon Thief, don't run. More than a dozen experts chased after the silver-clothed, silver-masked Silver Moon Thief, while Yi Xian watched from above. The 2 parties ran for a full 10 minutes before they finally stopped. No, to be precise, it was the Silver Moon Thief who stopped. Do you think you can't escape and want to counterattack? Yi Xian, who was in the air, paused as he looked at the 2 parties. At this time, the Silver Moon Thief suddenly took out a sword and attacked the Silver Moon sect. Die! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people surrounded the Silver Moon Thief and began to attack. However, these people were all taken care of by the Silver Moon Thief within 10 seconds. Not a single one of them. Didn't they say that the Silver Moon Thief was heavily injured? Why does he still have the combat power of 20 dragons? Seeing this, Yi was shocked. Silver Moon Thief, Silver Moon Thief, Silver Moon Thief, Silver Moon Thief to dragon. Yi Xian, to be honest, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was already behind a large tree, quietly observing the situation. While the Silver Moon Thief was fighting with the pursuers of the Silver Moon sect, he had quietly landed in a forest on the left side and used the bloodline of the Shadow Leopard to hide. Now that the Silver Moon Thief had killed all these people, it was time for him to make his move. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He loved to take advantage of this situation. However, just as he was about to make a move, another team suddenly charged over from not far away, causing him to involuntarily stop. There were 5 people in this team, and they were all wearing the Silver Moon sect's elder robes. They were very strong, and all of them were around 25 dragons. The leader was an expert with 27 dragons. An expert who came to capture the Silver Moon Thief. Yi Xian held himself back. For 25 dragons, plus 127 dragons, he could still deal with them. However, this would mean that he would be going against the Silver Moon sect. This team moved extremely quickly and quickly arrived in front of the Silver Moon Thief. What was strange was that the Silver Moon Thief did not run away. Could it be that he knew that he could not escape? Silver Moon, you little thief, I've finally caught you. Just surrender and return the things of my Silver Moon sect. Perhaps the sect leader will spare your life. The 27th dragon elder leading the group shouted coldly. Are you kidding? The Silver Moon Thief laughed. After hearing this voice, the 5 elders of the Silver Moon sect were startled. They seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. Humph. Since you want to die, don't blame us for being merciless. The elder of the 27 dragons shouted coldly and rushed out. The 425 dragon experts behind him also quickly pounced towards the Silver Moon thief. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the right side of the forest and quickly arrived in front of the Silver Moon thief. Another accomplice. The 5 elders were all shocked because they saw that the speed of the black shadow was even faster than them. After the black shadow appeared, it blocked the path of the Silver Moon thief. Then, it charged forward. Around its body, there were 3 large flying dragons. 30 dragon power. Not good, retreat. The leading elder opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. He did not expect that there would be an expert with 30 dragon power here. One should know that this was an expert on the same level as the Silver Moon sect leader. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they would not be able to fight against one of his hands. Therefore, they could only retreat. You want to leave? The black shadow's eyes flickered. In an instant, he arrived in front of an elder. Then, he waved the long sword in his hand and a head flew into the air. Instant kill. Elder Chen. An elder who had a good relationship with the dead saw this and his eyes immediately turned red. He shouted loudly, "Bastard, I'll fight you to the death." However, there was a huge gap between 25 dragons and 30 dragons. Unless one was a genius, it was impossible to fight. Hiss. Another head flew up, and the second elder fell. The black shadow's strength was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 elders. And the time was only 1 second. 2 people in 1 second. This was the difference. After another second, the other 2 elders with 25 dragon power were also killed by him. Now, only the one with 27 dragon power was left. The leading elder panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Stop, I am the Silver Moon sect's great elder. You dare to kill me." However, the black shadow's sword did not hesitate at all and directly cut the elder's throat. Hiss. The last head flew into the air. This group of elders responsible for capturing the Silver Moon thief was completely destroyed. What terrifying strength. If I use Beast King Rampage, I'm afraid I can only fight. It will be very difficult to kill him. Chapter 368. The true face. At this moment, the Silver Moon thief started to clean up the battlefield. The black-clothed man took off his face cloth. He was an ordinary middle-aged man. "Father, you are really ruthless. He is the great elder of our Silver Moon sect," the Silver Moon thief said as he cleaned up the battlefield. "So what?" The middle-aged man looked at him coldly without any expression. "Father, you are really cold-blooded. The great elder has worked hard for our Silver Moon sect for so many years. You didn't even hesitate when you killed him." The Silver Moon thief also took off his face cloth. He was a young man. If the great elder of the 27 dragons suddenly had a momentary recovery and saw these 2 people, he would be so angry that he would die again. He was very familiar with the Silver Moon thief because he was the young sect leader of the Silver Moon sect. The black-clothed man was the sect leader of the Silver Moon sect. In short, the great elder died in the hands of his own people. The great elder has been in charge of Spring Prosperity City for so many years. He has done many shady things. A few days ago, he attacked the delivery team of our Silver Moon sect and blamed it on our Silver Moon group. He deserved to die. The sect leader of the Silver Moon sect snorted. "Aren't we doing the same thing?" The Silver Moon thief kept all the interspatial rings in a cloth bag and walked over. "Stop talking nonsense. Dispose of these things as usual. I will return to the Silver Moon sect first," the sect leader of the Silver Moon sect said. He put on the black face cloth and left quickly. The silver moon thief weighed the interspatial rings in the cloth bag and put on the face cloth. He then ran towards the forest. Coincidentally, the forest in front of him was the one Yi Xian was hiding in. The Silver Moon group was formed by the sect leader of the Silver Moon sect. He is really good to set up such a trap. Yi Xian heard the conversation between the two and felt that it was unbelievable. Who would have thought that the sect leader of the Silver Moon sect would form the famous Silver Moon group to kill the delivery team of the three sects? The sect leader even killed the great elder of his own sect. If this was spread, no one would believe it. But the truth was right in front of him. This was what Yi Xian had heard with his own ears. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the forest, saw the Silver Moon thief walking towards him. His eyes flickered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Originally, he did not have the confidence to defeat the Silver Moon sect master who had 30 dragon power. Now, he had confidence. Previously, he had heard that the Silver Moon thief had been severely injured by the Silver Moon sect leader. This was definitely fake. It was just a show put on by the father and son. However, it was rumored that the Silver Moon thief was able to contend with a powerhouse with 30 dragon power. This should be true. However, what the Silver Moon thief had to face next was Yi Xian. However, when the Silver Moon thief was only 100 meters away from Yi Xian's hiding place, there was a sudden movement in the forest. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. The Silver Moon sect leader must have discovered me. He must have pretended to leave and then ambushed me from behind. He immediately understood. The Silver Moon thief was actually bait. Beast King Rage, kill. He widened his eyes and immediately used his greatest trump card. The 20 dragon power in his body instantly soared to 27 dragon power. The 8 Desolation sword was already in his hand. He then slashed down fiercely. 8 Desolation sword, Dragon's Judgment. Die. The Silver Moon thief was already prepared. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to have 27 dragon power. Moreover, the speed of his martial arts was extremely fast. Rip. Before he could react, he was cut in half by the Dragon's Judgment. Before the two halves of his body fell to the ground, the interspatial ring in his hand and the cloth bag with a large number of interspatial rings were taken away by Yi Xian. Devour. Yi Xian poured the contents of the interspatial ring into the devouring space and directly devoured them. Ding! The host has broken through to 25 dragon power. Although these things only increased his dragon power by 5, don't forget that he had just used Beast King Rage. Beast King Rage could increase his physique by 30%. You killed my son. I'll take your life. A black figure charged out from the forest. It was the Silver Moon sect leader. However, when he saw the number of dragons flying around Yi Xian, he was stunned. There were a total of 6 dragons. 3 big, 3 small. 33 dragon power. Yi Xian only had 30 dragon power, which was 3 dragon power higher than him. How can there be an expert with 33 dragon power in this area? This is impossible. The Silver Moon sect leader stopped in his tracks. This area was led by the Silver Moon sect, the Broken Moon sect and the Water Moon sect. However, if these 3 sects were placed in the Luosha region, they would not even be ranked. If the Luosha region was a country, then the combined influence of these 3 sects would only be a small village. Moreover, it would be a very poor village. At this time, Yi Xian grinned and charged towards him. His speed was probably twice as fast as his. Fast. So fast. The Silver Moon sect leader instinctively raised his long sword to block, but in the next moment, his face fell. Heavenly Wind sword technique at 100% completion. The Silver Moon sect leader's heart turned cold, and despair appeared on his face. If such an expert wanted to kill him, there was no way he would be able to survive. Slash! A series of crisp sounds rang out in the forest, followed by the sound of a head falling to the ground. The Silver Moon sect leader, 30 dragon power, died. Yi Xian grinned. He was really lucky this time to encounter such a thing. There were many things in the Silver Moon sect leader's universe ring. Together with the 20 universe rings, he had broken through to 25 dragon power. Now, he wanted to see how many good things were in the Silver Moon sect leader's universe ring. Great, this is great. This feels so good. Yi Xian poured the things in the universe ring into the devouring space and devoured them. Ding, the host has broken through to 28 dragon power. When he heard the system's notification, he could not help but smile. After the Beast King rampage, he had reached 37 dragon power. If he added the heaven-shattering body technique and 20% of his movement speed, his speed would probably surpass that of an average 40 dragon power. It was a huge leap. This time, the Beast King rampage consumed 100 sacred beast corpses with 20 dragon power. Next time, it will be the sacred beast corpses with 30 dragon power. It's better to use the Beast King rampage less. Yi Xian was heartbroken. The number of sacred beast corpses required for the Beast King rampage would increase according to his cultivation level and the number of times he used it. Fortunately, he had gained a lot. Otherwise, he could not afford to use the Beast King rampage next time. Let's leave first. Chapter 369. Precious Tree Sect. The Silver Moon Society is a bandit group that instills fear in this area. There are countless treasures, ores, and heavenly items in the Silver Moon Thief and Sect Head storage rings. Yi Xian took out a large amount of useless ores and low-rank heavenly items. These were all food for Wei Zhentian. When Wei Zhentian saw these piles of food, he immediately jumped over excitedly and began to eat madly. What do you think? Follow me, all right? Yi Xian probed. Wei Zhentian quickly nodded when he heard this. After taking in the Sacred Beast Growth Plan, as long as he had enough resources, his speed of growth wouldn't be any slower than Yi Xian's. Apart from these items, there were naturally many other good items. The Silver Moon Sect Head had a large amount of martial arts in his storage ring. Among them, there were more than 30 heavenly rank sword methods. Immediately, Yi Xian began to integrate these heavenly rank martial arts. Ding! Martial arts integration failed. Ding! Martial arts integration failed. Ding! Martial arts integration failed. A series of system notifications rang out. Damn, isn't this success rate a bit too low? I've already integrated 25 times and used 50 different heavenly rank martial arts, but I haven't succeeded even once. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. He estimated that the success rate of martial arts integration wasn't even 5%. With his many years of experience in online games, he felt that martial arts integration was a bottomless pit. Although the Heavenly Wind Sword method was only a low-rank heavenly rank martial arts, Yi Xian had already mastered it to 100%. Yi Xian thought that if he didn't obtain the kind of supreme rank martial arts, he'd better use the Heavenly Wind Sword method first. There were still many good items in the Silver Moon Sect Head storage ring. Yi Xian spent the rest of the time looking through them. A map. Yi Xian suddenly took out a simple and unadorned map. This map was drawn on a type of animal skin. It didn't look like a treasure map, but there was a cross on it, as well as some words. After reading it, Yi Xian also understood what this map was. This was indeed a treasure map, but there were countless similar maps. The cross on the map was the ruins of a sect called the Precious Tree Sect. So that's how it is. Someone discovered the ruins of the Precious Tree Sect that was destroyed 1,000 years ago, but didn't have the strength to go down and investigate. So they're using this method to gather large numbers of experts to explore. The location on the map was just a gathering place. No one knew which sect's entrance was. If they were interested, they could arrive on a specific date. The Precious Tree Sect, huh? Let me first investigate what kind of sect this is. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian left. Obviously, he was very interested in the ruins. Furthermore, there was only half a month left before the gathering, so he had to be prepared. He first flew to a city on Weijintian and inquired about the Precious Tree Sect. The Precious Tree Sect had been a famous sect 1,000 years ago. Everyone knew of it. Everyone knew that the sect had 3,000 disciples when it was at its peak. The sect head was an expert with 50 dragons of strength. Every disciple in the sect knew how to plant natural treasures. Almost all of the natural treasures in that area came from the sect. However, something happened later on that led to the sect's destruction. A rumor suddenly spread within the sect. It was rumored that the Precious Tree Sect had planted a rainbow tree. This tree would bear a rainbow fruit every 10 years. If someone consumed this rainbow fruit, they would be able to break through to 60 dragon strength. At that time, the strongest expert in that area only had 55 dragons of strength at most. Bearing a rainbow fruit every 10 years meant that an expert with 60 dragons of strength could be cultivated in 10 years. Therefore, the Precious Tree Sect became the target of many and was destroyed by the alliance of several sections. All of the senior executives of the sect had perished, and countless disciples had died. However, after the alliance of sects had destroyed the sect, they discovered that the rainbow tree didn't exist at all. Someone had purposely leaked the news that they had been used. However, since the matter had already happened, they went all the way and tore down the Precious Tree Sect. All of the resources within were plundered, and the Precious Tree Sect was destroyed as a result. As for the map that Yi Xian had obtained today, it was unknown who had leaked it. The words on the map pointed out that the rainbow tree really did exist. This was because the Precious Tree Sect that had been destroyed 1,000 years ago was just a cover. The rainbow tree was in another place, and the person who'd cultivated it was the sect head of the Precious Tree Sect. Yi Xian also doubted the authenticity of this. However, he reckoned that there would definitely be many people who would choose to go. If the rainbow tree really did exist, then it must have borne countless rainbow fruits. A single rainbow fruit was enough to drive everyone crazy. In addition, Yi Xian had already made his decision. He was going as well. This was because his support bloodline hadn't been raised to the peak yet. If he wanted to raise his myriad flower bloodline to the peak bloodline of the sacred tree of life, then he would need a 1,000-year-old plant. 1,000-year-old plants were exceedingly rare in this area. At most, 100-year-old plants would appear. He'd never heard of a 500-year-old plant. Therefore, this was Yi Xian's chance. If he could obtain a rainbow fruit, he could exchange it for the sacred tree of life bloodline, even if it was just a core. At that time, he'd be an unkillable cockroach. Of course, his goal this time was the rainbow fruit. If he could obtain a rainbow fruit, he would be able to break through to 60 dragon strength. At that time, when he used Beast King's Rampage, his strength would suddenly increase to 18 dragon strength. Adding on the 20% increase in movement speed, his strength would reach a terrifying level. If there really was a rainbow fruit, he had to obtain it. There was still half a month before the gathering time, but the gathering place was very far away. Therefore, he didn't delay and immediately had Wei Xintian take him to the designated location. This flight lasted for half a month. The place where the Silver Moon Clan, Water Moon Clan, and Broken Moon Clan were, it was too remote. The strongest person there only had 30 dragons of strength. Almost all the clans in this area have over 30 dragons of strength, and the strongest is 60 dragons of strength. How terrifying! Yi Xian had seen many things while he was traveling, such as killing people and stealing treasures. He'd even seen battles of 40 dragons of strength. At this time, he had already arrived at the designated location. Looking at the large group of people below him, his expression froze. There are quite a few clans in this area. There are 10 of them wearing the same uniform. Adding on the family clans and the scattered cultivators, there are over 500 people. Chapter 370. Invitation. Yi Xian could guess from the strength of the people in this area that every one of them had at least 30 dragons of strength. Those sects had probably sent experts with 40 dragons of strength, while the leaders were likely to have more than 50 dragons of strength. The Rainbow Treasure Tree's influence was indeed great. So many experts had come. It seems that even if I don't get the rainbow fruit this time, just these people alone will be enough for me to break through many times. Yi Xian thought to himself as he circled around and landed. Although it was broad daylight, Megatron's color was very bright. Coupled with the height, no one noticed him. What he needed to do now was to keep a low profile as possible. He could not attract the attention of any sect or faction, or else he might be killed by some expert. Thus, he had to pretend to be an expert. Immediately, he took out the smiling face mask from that day, changed into a set of hemp clothes, and walked over. Hey, another unaffiliated person has come. He looks very powerful. Maybe he has reached 40 dragons of strength. That's good. The stronger we unaffiliated people are, the more those sects and clans will fear us. If we band together, even those sects will have to stand aside. Come, let's go check it out. Yi Xian had just arrived, but he had already attracted many people's attention. People like him who came alone were usually experts. Sir, are you alone? Suddenly, a deep voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and saw 7 people walking towards him. What's the matter? Yi Xian put on an arrogant expression. Sir, you must be here for the rainbow fruit. But as you can see, most of the people here have their own groups. If you are alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to compete with them. Why don't you join us? The leader of the group said. Oh. Join you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes under the mask and asked, what are your strengths? Under such circumstances, most people wouldn't test the strength of others, because if one's strength was exposed, it would attract the attention of experts. When the leader heard this, he was stunned. He did want to invite Yi Xian into the team, but he didn't know how strong Yi Xian was. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I have the strength of 33 dragons. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe a single sentence. However, as soon as the leader finished speaking, a flying dragon appeared around him. It was indeed the power of 35 dragons. This was something that could not be concealed. Where are they? Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the 6 people behind the man. Under the man's instructions, these people also revealed their respective realms. They were all between the 30th and 35th dragons. This was a team formed by freelancers, and their strength was not bad. If these people worked together, they might be able to fight against an expert with 40 dragon power. The reason why this group of people revealed their strength was because there was an invisible restraining force here. If someone destroyed this team, they would become prey in the eyes of stronger experts, and then be killed. Therefore, battles rarely broke out here. Every person and every force was careful, afraid that they would be targeted by stronger experts. As for the large sects, they had the strength to massacre the other forces, but they did not do so. After all, they might encounter danger later, and they needed some cannon fodder. Now that the 7 people had revealed their strength, the leader asked again, Sir, what about you? Yi Xian paused inwardly. He didn't really want to join. Moreover, he only had the strength of 28 dragons, so he might not be qualified to join. Sorry, I only have the strength of 28 dragons. Yi Xian shook his head. 2 large flying dragons and 8 smaller flying dragons appeared around him. What? When the 7 people heard this, they were stunned. They didn't expect that they would be wrong. Yi Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. He didn't even have the strength of 30 dragons. In an instant, the 7 of them had strange expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with disdain. What a joke. You dare to come here with only 28 dragons. You must be tired of living. A small-eyed man jumped out and pointed his sword at Yi Xian. Brat, hand over your interspatial ring, and we'll spare your life. When the leader and the other 5 heard this, they shook their heads helplessly. They disdained to attack Yi Xian, so they could only turn around and leave. After all, they didn't know each other. It was just a temporary team. No one in the team had the authority to control the small-eyed man's actions. You want my interspatial ring? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the small-eyed man. That's right. Sir, I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill you. Quickly take off your interspatial ring and give it to me. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death, the small-eyed man shouted coldly. He had revealed his strength just now. He was the weakest among the 7, with only 30 dragons of strength. Therefore, he was digging his own grave. What if I don't give it to you? Yi Xian took out his Bahuang sword and waited for his opponent's response. If you don't give it to me, then you can go to hell. The small-eyed man suddenly released a surge of vital energy and charged toward Yi Xian. However, to everyone's surprise, the one who died was not Yi Xian, but the small-eyed man. Rip! A series of crisp sounds rang out. The small-eyed man's head was thrown up, and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, his interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Pauper! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He didn't expect the small-eyed man to be so poor. He didn't even have 1/10 of the wealth of the Silver Moon sect leader. However, it wasn't surprising. After all, he couldn't possibly carry everything with him. He didn't want others to take advantage of him when he died. At this time, the 6 people turned around and saw the small-eyed man's corpse. How is this possible? He was killed by 2 dragons. I remember that his movement technique was at least 60%. He's quite strong. How could he be killed in 1 hit? Looks like this masked man is quite capable. A few of them were discussing in private. However, the leader's expression was very unpleasant. He was the founder of this team. How could he not take revenge when he saw his own team member killed? You killed him? The leader asked. He can kill me, but I can't kill him. Yi Xian retorted. The leader narrowed his eyes and said coldly, although that's what you say, he's still my companion. Since you killed him, I naturally have to avenge him. Yi Xian didn't say anything. The leader had 35 dragons of strength, which was quite strong. However, right after he said those words, a person walked out from the crowd. Leader, let me do it. Chapter 371. The main character appears, all right. The leader nodded. He knew that there would not be much to gain. As the leader of the team, he naturally had to give his team members some benefits. That way, the team would not fall apart so easily. The long-haired man did not waste any more time. He immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. 32 dragon strength. He was 4 dragons taller than Yi Xian. Even the elites of the large sects had to be careful when facing the difference of 4 dragons. However, this long-haired man with 32 dragons could not even withstand one move from Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian only had 28 dragons, his heaven-shattering body technique had reached 60% mastery. In addition to the 20% increase in movement speed, his speed was 30% faster than the long-haired man's. 30% of his speed was enough to kill his opponent instantly. Another head flew up and rolled into the leader's hand. Yi Xian had already taken the dead man's interspatial ring. Oh! There are quite a lot of things. Yi Xian unceremoniously devoured the items in the interspatial ring. His strength had improved significantly. At this moment, he was almost 29 dragons. Seeing Yi Xian's nonchalant attitude, the leader's eyes flickered. I never thought that I would be wrong twice in a row. Now, I'll give you a chance. Join us, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Join you? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Yi Xian shook his head and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly. At the same time, he glanced around. There seemed to be quite a few people around them who had noticed this. If that's the case, then you can go accompany them. The leader shouted angrily. He took out a large saber and charged towards Yi Xian. 35 dragon strength. 28 dragon strength. There was a difference of 7 dragons between these two realms. Even the elites of the large sects in this area would not be able to overcome such a huge gap. The surrounding people were also guessing in their hearts. Which faction did Yi Xian belong to? How could he be able to challenge someone of a higher realm? Some people even wondered if Yi Xian would kill this expert with 35 dragons of strength. However, most people believed that Yi Xian would not be able to withstand a single blow from his opponent. Clang! The leader slashed down with his saber, but Yi Xian blocked it with his Bahuang sword. How is this possible? The man in the lead felt that it was inconceivable. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something. There were actually more flying dragons circling around Yi Xian's body. 28 dragons, 2 big ones and 8 small ones. But now, there were only 10 of them, 3 big ones and 7 small ones. 37 dragon strength. Taller than him. In an instant, the leader was enlightened. Yi Xian must have used a martial art that increased his realm. However, this kind of martial arts could only increase 1 or 2 dragons. It was very rare to increase 3 dragons. As for increasing the strength of 9 dragons, it was unheard of. *T, I forgot about this completely. Forget it, before the time is up, I should increase my strength to protect myself. Yi Xian's face darkened. He sent the saber flying with a swing of his sword. Immediately after, his figure flashed, and the head fell to the ground. Instant kill. After using Beast King's Rampage, his strength increased by 9 dragons, reaching 37 dragon strength. In addition to the 20% increase in movement speed, even if he did not use a martial art, he was comparable to a warrior with 45 dragons. Instant killing of 35 dragons was a piece of cake. After killing the leader, Yi Xian quickly put away the universe ring and devoured it. Ding! The host has broken through to 29 dragon strength. The notification sounded, and the number of flying dragons around Yi Xian increased by another dragon. 38 dragons. Everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of situation had already surpassed their understanding. Suddenly, 9 dragons appeared. After killing people, he even broke through in battle and increased by another dragon. This was too heaven-defying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly swept out. In less than 2 seconds, the remaining 4 people in the team were all killed by him. Ding! The host has broken through to 30 dragon strength. Another notification sounded. Soon after, another flying dragon appeared. 39 dragons. *T, the sacred beast corpses are only enough for one more Beast King's Rampage. Yi Xian was helpless. These people did not have many sacred beast corpses in their universe rings. Including his own, it was only enough for one more Beast King's Rampage. Therefore, he could not waste this opportunity. Let's go. After killing 7 people in a row, Yi Xian turned and fled. He wanted to give the others a false impression that his Beast King's Rampage had side effects. Sure enough, after he left, many people immediately followed him. There were more than 30 of them. These people were all above 30 dragons. Among them, there was even an expert with 40 dragons leading the experts from his family. This group of people followed Yi Xian, which attracted the attention of the major forces. However, they did not care. After all, there were hundreds of people here. Those with less than 40 dragons were cannon fodder. More than 30 cannon fodder were nothing. However, what surprised them was that this group of people left for a long time, but not a single one of them returned. Not a single one. At the same time, there was one more person in the crowd. It was Yi Xian, who showed his true appearance. The 30 people who were chasing him just now were all killed by him. Not a single one was left. Even the expert with 40 dragon strength was the same. He also gained a lot, which allowed him to break through to 33 dragon strength. At this time, he was not afraid of anyone except for the few major forces led by 50 dragon strength experts. However, there was still a problem that troubled him. What a tragedy, the sacred beast corpses are only enough for one more beast king's rampage. He shook his head helplessly. At this moment, everyone. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was a white crane, and on the back of this white crane stood a masked man in white. Who? The hundreds of experts below all lifted their heads, their faces blank. Everyone, I am the one who sent out those beast skin maps. The mysterious man in white robes called out. Hearing those words, the crowd was stunned. Had the main character finally appeared? Just as the beast skin map said, I've discovered another site of the precious tree sect from 1,000 years ago. However, because my strength is insufficient, I've summoned everyone to explore it together. The mysterious man in white robes paused after speaking, then continued, all right, I'll cut to the chase and cut to the chase. I don't know if everyone is aware, but the land you're standing on was actually a dangerous place called Blackwind Cliff 1,000 years ago. The other location of the precious tree sect's cultivation is within Blackwind Cliff. In other words, it's right below your feet. After hearing the white-clothed mysterious man's words, everyone present was shocked. So they were right above the site. What kind of place is Blackwind Cliff? Chapter 372. Going underground, Blackwind Cliff was a very dangerous place 1,000 years ago. There were many flying sacred beasts there, including a heavenly thunder condor with 60 dragon strength. The precious tree sect discovered that the soil here was suitable for planting, so they opened up a cave and started planting. The mysterious man in white explained. Then how do you know about this? Have you seen the rainbow treasure tree? Someone raised his head and asked loudly. I don't need to tell you this, but you can start digging now. You'll know once you dig 500 meters down. 1,000 meters is a piece of cake for you. The mysterious man in white replied. 1,000 meters down. It was indeed a piece of cake for the people present. Some people immediately started digging with their bare hands. With 30 dragon strength, their skin was harder than steel. Digging a little bit of ground was a piece of cake. As for the soil they produced, they could store it in their storage rings. Many people believed the mysterious man in white's words and started to divide the area, then started digging. Yi Xian also ran far away to ensure that there was no one around before he started drilling. After digging for about 10 meters, he summoned Wei Zhentian. Little Tian, give me an excavator. No, give me a drill. Yi Xian ordered in his heart. Wei Zhentian had signed a slave contract with him. That was why Wei Zhentian was able to conjure up a fort. It was a transformer, and drilling 1,000 meters was a piece of cake for it. Yi Xian could have done it himself, but he needed to pay attention to whether anyone would ambush him, so he let Wei Zhentian do it for him. The distance of 500 meters was quickly covered. When Yi Xian received the message from Wei Zhentian in his heart, he drilled down again. He continued to dive, passing through a strange formation and arriving at a large cave. 1,000 meters underground was originally a very dark place, but when Yi Xian went down, he saw a vast expanse of white light. The treasure-hunting deer bloodline in his body began to boil at this moment. This cave was actually filled with heavenly treasures. The light emitted by these heavenly treasures almost blinded Yi Xian's eyes. Damn, it's actually real. Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately began to absorb these heavenly treasures into his devouring space. Just the amount of treasures he collected was enough to buy a sky-rank martial art. This cave was very large and crisscrossed, reminding Yi Xian of the deep-sea underground palace. Yi Xian immediately began to gather the treasures. Even if he didn't have the treasure-hunting deer bloodline, he could quickly gather these heavenly treasures because there were just too many of them. Treasure land. Treasure land indeed. However, when he began to collect the natural treasures, bursts of rumbling sounds came from within the mountain cave. It seemed that someone had encountered each other and started fighting. This plantation garden is supported by formations, but it's best to be careful in case it collapses. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. Although the 1,000-meter-tall soil couldn't kill him, it was still extremely painful. It would hurt a little, but it would be troublesome if it drowned these heavenly treasures. He began to gather the heavenly treasures quickly. In less than a minute, he had collected more than the 7-man team he had just killed. He had not come to the wrong place. What a rare opportunity. The caves were crisscrossed and the terrain was very complicated. There were even paths leading downwards. Yi Xian gathered everything he saw along the way. Someone's here. A figure appeared in Yi Xian's sensing range. Independent martial artists like this who acted alone were generally not very strong. If he had encountered them before, he might have been afraid of them. But now, he was not afraid at all. He rushed towards that person. A kid who's lost contact with his family. Die. The person who collided with Yi Xian was a martial artist with 35 dragons of power. However, he was beheaded by Yi Xian in just one move. A mere 35 dragons of power dares to show off in front of me. Yi Xian put away his corpse and universe ring. There were not many things in this person's universe ring, but it was better than nothing. He continued to gather. He did see quite a few lone martial artists along the way. They were all around 35 dragons of power and weren't very strong. At most, he'd only met 3 people. A team of 10. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Within his range of perception, there was a team of 10 people. He didn't know if they were disciples of a sect or some family. Of course, it could also be a team formed by a rogue martial artist. After some thought, he decided to give up. If he met a 40 dragons of power cultivator, he would have to use Beast King's Rampage, although he could kill them in his current state. He could only use it once more. If he wasted it here, what would he use to compete with those sects when he encountered the rainbow fruit later? In order to not lose the big picture, he decided to give up on it. The second plantation of the Precious Tree sect was simply too tempting. All 4 walls were covered in heavenly treasures, making Yi Xian very happy to harvest them. However, these plants didn't have strong life force, so they would only live for 100 years at most. They would wither after that. However, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed. The qi of heaven and earth in this cultivation dwelling is no less than that on land. It looks like there is indeed a plant with strong life force absorbing the nutrients in the ground to sustain the survival of so many heavenly treasures. Yi Xian's speed increased as he thought. This was because there might be a rainbow treasure tree in this cultivation dwelling that could create countless experts of 60 dragons of strength. As he collected, he devoured at the same time. Unknowingly, his cultivation had improved by another step, reaching 34 dragons of power. He didn't relax as he continued to gather heavenly treasures and make trouble for lone martial artists. Only in this way would he have the right to face the various sects in the end. Time passed bit by bit. At this point, half an hour had passed since Yi Xian had entered the ground. In this half an hour, his realm had increased once again, reaching 35 dragon strength. If he used Beast King's Rampage, he could reach 45 dragon strength. Then, with the addition of 20% of dexterity, his speed would be equivalent to 55 dragon strength. However, this wasn't enough. After all, the movement techniques of those experts had likely reached an extremely profound level. At this moment, Yi Xian found another tunnel that led to the bottom. This was his 6th time going down. He estimated that he was already around 1,500 meters underground. It was at this moment. His brows suddenly furrowed as he saw a purplish-black fog appear in front of him. Chapter 373. The Hunted Woman. Sure enough, this kind of plantation is dangerous. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Then, he suddenly thought of a problem. Why didn't the mysterious man in white who distributed the animal skin map collect these heaven and earth treasures first? Could it be that he didn't care for these things? Impossible. Because if all of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added together, it would be an astronomical figure. There was something fishy going on. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he took out a worthless heaven and earth treasure from the devouring space and threw it over. This heaven and earth treasure withered in less than a second after being thrown into the poisonous fog. It is indeed a poisonous mist. I wonder if my myriad flower bloodline can withstand it. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then took out the body of one of the people he had just killed and threw it over. Although this was very inhumane, this was the only way to deal with the situation. This corpse was a martial artist with 30 dragon strength when he was alive. He had a strong physique and was naturally resistant to poison. 3 minutes later, the corpse began to bleed from his 7 orifices. His skin began to fester and turn into a puddle of blood. It took him about 5 minutes to turn into a pool of blood. How terrifying! Even the bones have melted. Yi Xian's heart trembled as he swallowed his saliva. That said, his constitution was stronger than the corpse's, and he had true energy to defend himself. He also had the myriad flowers bloodline, so he should be able to last 2 or 3 times as long. However, this was not enough. He had obtained quite a number of precious antidotes from the people he had killed. To be safe, he had also exchanged for a poison avoidance pearl from the devouring space. It was a pity that he didn't have any heaven-grade treasures. He also needed to refine a heaven-grade detoxification pill. He didn't have the required materials. Therefore, they could only go down and take a look. The stronger one was, the more one feared death. Right now, Yi Xian was still very cautious. He first entered the poisonous fog and stayed in it for a while to observe the situation. Jinqi can't completely resist the poisonous fog. Forget it, I'll just expose myself to the poisonous fog and see what happens. Yi Xian withdrew his Jinqi. Soon after, he heard the system notification. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Beginning detoxification. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The 10,000 flower bloodline was effective. However, this unknown poisonous fog was too high level, and the 10,000 flower bloodline's detoxification effect was very slow. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He let the others go down first to explore the path. Although they would be the first to take the item, it would be safer. Entering this kind of place, it wasn't about who could walk faster, but who was stronger and who could come out alive. 20 minutes later, the 10,000 flower bloodline was finally detoxified. The successful detoxification meant that Yi Xian was immune to the poison. His blood was the antidote. Alright, I'm not afraid of this poisonous fog now. Yi Xian thought to himself and then began to walk down. During this period of time, he also heard a lot of movements, both big and small, coming from below. It seemed that those powers had begun to fight. I wonder who will be able to last until the end. As Yi Xian walked down, he also came across a lot of heaven and earth treasures. However, these heaven and earth treasures were all poisonous. Some poisonous things were highly toxic when swallowed, and some would be poisoned when touched. To be safe, Yi Xian did not pick them. After all, his support bloodline was only at the high level. He walked for about 50 meters and came to a large open space about the size of a basketball court. However, as soon as he arrived, a series of hurried footsteps entered his ears. It came from another passage. 8 people. Yi Xian frowned and hid in a corner. This level was filled with poisonous fog. The heaven and earth treasures were also of the dark type, so it was a little dark. Coincidentally, he could use the shadow leopard bloodline to hide. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of footsteps approached quickly. Soon, a figure rushed out from another passage. It was a woman. Then, another 7 people came out. Miss Xia, stop running. A deep voice was heard. It was the bald man who was the leader of the 7 people. At this moment, the woman in front suddenly stopped and turned around. Then, a weak female voice was heard, what do you want? Miss Xia, your question is. We've killed your Xia family members. If you successfully escape, you'll definitely find trouble with us. So, we can only shut you up forever. The bald man's voice was heard again. You're no match for me. The woman said coldly. The bald man smiled and shook his head, Miss Xia, you still don't understand the situation. Even if the 7 of us work together, we're no match for you. However, we can stop you from taking the antidote. As long as you're poisoned, your combat power will be greatly reduced. Then, it'll be easy for us to kill you. Then, you can try. The woman said in a low voice. Suddenly, she took out an antidote from her interspatial ring and was about to put it into her mouth. However, at this moment, more than 10 attacks suddenly appeared, forcing her to stop her movements. She did not even have time to take the antidote. It was obvious how fierce the 7 people's attacks were. In an instant, the woman and the 7 people were fighting. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the corner, witnessed this battle. She looks about 20 years old, but she actually has 40 dragons of power. Looks like she's a disciple of some large faction. Yi Xian saw the woman's realm at a glance. As for the other 7 people, their strength was between 36 and 38 dragons. Although their realms were not as high as the woman's, they were very experienced. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers, so the woman could not fight back at all. The woman retreated as she fought. She really wanted to take an antidote, but because of the restrictions of these people, she could not do so. She was very regretful. Why did she not take one when she was running away? Only now did she remember. She was still too inexperienced. The 2 sides fought, and the light from their swords illuminated the entire cave. Fortunately, Yi Xian was in the corner, or else he would have been exposed. At this moment, the woman's blood and qi suddenly surged, and she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This flaw was caught by the 7 people, and they immediately attacked with all their strength. Bang! The woman was a little slower to block, and a sword ray pierced her shoulder, sending her flying. It seemed that she had been poisoned. Miss Xia, give up. Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. The bald man slowly walked forward. Humph. The woman snorted coldly. She quickly thought in her mind to see if there was a way out. While she was thinking, the bald man suddenly attacked, and an extremely sharp slash swept towards the woman. Bang! The woman easily blocked it. Miss Xia, are you still not giving up? Fine, let's attack together and kill her. The bald man ordered.